Okay, we are on the YouTube. Okay, Miss Anna, thank you so much. Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning?
Doing well.
Oh, just fine, thank you.
Okay, the only one I need to talk to is Miss Porter. And Miss Porter, I inadvertently admitted you. You are not going to be able to attend the hearing until you testify, but we are streaming on YouTube, and you can go to the commission's website and listen to our hearing on YouTube. Okay? Is anybody going to have any procedural matters that we need to deal with prior to us going on the record this morning?
Madam Examiner, I just had one witness availability issue that's minor that I wanted to raise,
Okay.
and that is that Miss Brianne Joel, she is available all day today, and hopefully she testifies today. But in the event that she testifies tomorrow, she has a conflict between 10 and 11 Mountain Time.
Okay.
But that was it. Thank you.
Let's see. All right. And how did you pronounce her name, Miss Hardy?
Brianne Joel.
Joel.
Yes.
Okay, 10 and 11 tomorrow. Okay. Anybody else have anything procedural that we need to deal with? Again, just my reminder to you, we are streaming on YouTube, and will be for the remainder of our hearing. It looks as if we have representatives from all the parties here this morning, and then I am guessing, Ms. Hardy, the SPS room is the witness room.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, great. Trying to think. I don't believe that I have uh anything procedural at this juncture. other than I am the proud beneficiary of a new monitor, and it's really scary. Over to my left, because it's like big as a TV. So, if all of a sudden I jump away or something, I just got it for our pre-hearing, and I did not take it home with me to get to know it. So there we are. Let's see. Did I have anything on the list? No, 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 no. Um, Hearing examiner Korean Camp, sir, are you going to have anything procedural that you need to talk about?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Very well. All right. Well, we've got about 4 minutes. So if anybody needs to get that last minute glass of water or take the time to compliment our wonderful court reporter, Mr. Lee, on his most excellent chapeau there this morning. I think it's pretty awesome. I don't have one. Actually, I have hats at home, but didn't bring them. So let's just take our 3 minutes and get ready. And oh, just to let the parties know, we did not have anyone sign up to give us public comment in our hearing today. Okay, we will begin shortly. Did anybody have any difficulty with the Dropbox? No. All right, there it is. Okay, woohoo! It's Monday morning. Mr. Lee, are we ready?
Yes, Judge.
Excellent. Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Hurst. I'm the designated hearing examiner, along with my co-hearing examiner, Mr. Korean-Camp. And we are ready to hear case number 2400120 UT. This is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for approval of its 2025 through 2027 transportation electrification plan, proposed plan riders and credit and other associated relief. Along with us today is our court reporter, Mr. Lee. Should anybody need anything to do with the transcript, they'll need to contact Mr. Lee. I can report that today is the date, time, and place for the hearing to be held in this case. As was indicated in the notice, which was perfected by SPS by providing publication as well as individual notice as required in the second procedural order, which was issued on the 6th of May. I would also like the record to reflect that no one has given any written comment to the commission upon my review of the docket in the commission's docketing system for this case, nor has anyone contacted Ms. Kippenbrock, the hearing examiner's representative, to receive requests to give oral comment at this hearing. So with that, I believe now is the time that we should get our appearances on the record. And Ms. Hardy, we're going to begin with you, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Dana Hardy and Stephanie Houle on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Very well. Mr. McMillan, if you'll make your appearance for Occidental.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael McMillan for Occidental Permian Limited.
Good morning. Mr. DeSalen, if you'd like to put in your appearance, sir, for CCAE.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Hearing Examiner, good morning. Good morning, Council. Charles DeSalen, representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Thank you. Good morning. And Mr. Rushoff, if you'd like to make your appearance for the New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Yes, good morning. Austin Rushoff on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group, joined by my colleague Christine Roach, and we'll also be joined later by Nick Stoffel.
Very well, and the record should indicate at the pre-hearing, Mr. Stoffel had requested to be absent this morning due to a pre-existing commitment, and there was no objection, and that request was granted. Mr. Dunbar.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm sorry.
Where's Mr. Yar?
I believe he should be joining. I've just texted him to verify.
Okay, very well. If you'd like to go ahead, Mr. Dunbar, you've been admitted pro hoc vice, and enter your appearance for charge point, please.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Scott Dunbar of the law firm Keys and Fox. I am here representing ChargePoint. As you mentioned, I've been granted pro hoc vice for this docket, and I've been in touch with Mr. Yar. He said his internet is down, but he is doing his best to join as soon as possible.
Very well. And Mr. Dunbar, if you could let your client know that or pardon me, your witness know that he can view the proceeding on YouTube until the time that it's for him to testify, and then he will be able to appear Zoom. He's on the Zoom waiting room right now. So if you could just let him know that.
I will. It's a she, but yes, I will.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
That's okay.
you're right. It is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ms. Barrett, would you enter your appearance for the New Mexico Department of Justice?
Good morning. This is Jocelyn Barrett on behalf of New Mexico Department of Justice.
Very well. Good morning. Ms. Lynch, would you like to enter your appearance for Prosperity Works?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, hearing examiners. I'm Kara Lynch, representing Prosperity Works and CCAE.
Thank you. And Mr. Rossi, if you'd like to, good morning. If you would like to enter your appearance on behalf of the commission's staff.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Nicholas Rossi for PRC staff. Also, Ryan Friedman will be joining us when his schedule allows. I believe currently he's watching on the YouTube as he has other scheduling issues going on.
Okay, very well. And I guess prior to us beginning the hearing, I had requested if any of the parties had any procedural matters that needed to be discussed, and with the exception of a slight heads up on witness availability, there really wasn't anything. But Ms. Lynch just brought to my attention that I had made inquiry at the pre-hearing last week about a potential dual representation on her behalf, and both CCAE and Prosperity Works filed statements of acceptance of no conflict, and no one has lodged an objection. I believe both CCAE and Prosperity Works have waived cross-examination for each other's witnesses. So at this time, I don't have an issue with that, and I appreciate the cooperation in getting the information I requested in an expeditious manner. So thank you, Ms. Lynch and Mr. DeSalen for doing that. Okay, very well. If we don't have anything procedural that we need to go ahead with at this particular point in time, I believe we can go ahead and begin the evidentiary portion of our case. And that's going to be with Southwestern Public Service Company, hereinafter referred to as SPS, presentation of its witnesses. So Ms. Hardy or Ms. Yule, go ahead with your first witness, please.
Thank you, Madam Examiner. SPS's first witness is Mr. Jeremiah Cunningham.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Cunningham, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, no matter how opinion, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Cunningham, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jeremiah W. Cunningham.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed as a manager of rate cases for Southwestern Public Service Company.
Do you have in front of you a document that is marked as SPS Exhibit 1?
I do, Ms. Hardy.
Can you please identify that document?
This is SPS's application in this proceeding.
And is the application true and correct to the best of your knowledge and information?
It is.
Madam Examiner, I would move the admission of SPS Exhibit 1.
And I'm sorry, Miss Hardy, were there attachments to SPS Exhibit 1?
There are, yes. Well, the proposed notice is an exhibit. That is Exhibit B. Exhibit A includes the proposed tariff.
And did you prepare those, Mr. Cunningham, or were they prepared under your direction and control?
They were prepared under my direction and control.
Okay. And they're true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection to has been identified as SPS Exhibit 1? Mr. Cunningham's pre-filed direct testimony as affirmed by him here today. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 1 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. And Mr. Cunningham, do you have in front of you a document that is marked as SPS Exhibit 2?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document, please?
This is SPS's notice of filing of affidavits of mailing, publication, and web publication.
And can you identify the attachments to the notice, please?
I believe. I don't have a list of the attachments, but they are the proof of notice. Then there's an affidavit attesting to the web publication of notice and the proof of that. And then there's affidavits from the individual newspapers where notice was run. And I believe there's an affidavit for the individual customer notice as well.
And Mr. Cunningham, are those attachments true and correct copies of the documents they're purported to be?
Yes, they are.
Madam Examiner, I would move the admission of SPS Exhibit 2, the notice of filing of affidavits of mailing, publication, and web publication.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 2? The affidavits comporting with the procedural order notice requirements. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 2 is admitted. And let me just for the record, welcome Mr. Yar for Charge Point. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. My apologies. I was having some difficulties. I joined by hotspot.
Very well. And also, I'd like to welcome to our hearing Commissioner Ellison. Good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good morning, everyone.
Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham, do you have in front of you a document that's marked as SPS Exhibit 3?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify that document?
This is my direct testimony as pre-filed in this proceeding.
And are there attachments to the direct testimony?
There are. There's one attachment. Attachment JWC 1 is the list of my prior testimony.
And was your testimony and the attachment prepared by you?
Yes, it was.
And if you were asked the questions in your direct testimony today, would they still be true and correct?
Yes, they would.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 3, the direct testimony of Jeremiah Cunningham.
And there were no additions, corrections, or deletions?
That is correct.
Okay. Any objection to what's been identified? And let me just clear up the record. I believe I misspoke when I referred to the admission of SPS Exhibit 1. That was, in fact, SPS's application. And that was admitted. And SPS 3 is Mr. Cunningham's direct testimony as affirmed by him here today. Is there any objection? Hearing none, SPS Exhibit 3 is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham, do you have a document in front of you that's marked as SPS Exhibit 4?
Yes, I do.
What is that document, please?
That is my rebuttal testimony as filed in this proceeding.
And was that testimony prepared by you?
Yes, it was.
If you were asked the questions in your rebuttal testimony today, would they still be true and correct?
Yes, they would.
And Mr. Cunningham, are there attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
There are two attachments. Attachment JWC R1, which is the summary of rebuttal issues, and attachment JWC R2, which is the work papers to my testimony.
And was attachment JWCR1 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And are the documents included in JWCR2 true and correct copies?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 4, the rebuttal testimony of Jeremiah Cunningham.
Is there any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 4, Mr. Cunningham's rebuttal testimony? Don't hear any objections from the parties. Mr. Cunningham, have you filed rebuttal testimony before?
Not in New Mexico, Your Honor.
Do you know what rebuttal testimony is supposed to be?
I believe it's supposed to be an answer to the issues that were raised by the other parties.
Well, for the record, let me indicate to you that the Commission's procedural rules 1.2.2.35N is the section that refers to rebuttal testimony. And in section 1, it defines rebuttal testimony as rebuttal evidence is evidence which tends to explain, counteract, repel, or disprove evidence submitted by another party. Evidence which is merely cumulative or could more properly have been offered in the case in chief is not proper rebuttal evidence. Do you understand that, sir?
I'm not an attorney, but generally, yes, I understand that.
I find quite a bit of your testimony to be improper rebuttal testimony, Mr. Cunningham. For example, page 5 of your testimony. When you talk about issues where the parties agree, I don't see how that counteracts or dispels your position. That seems to be some kind of cumulative representation by you, as is pages 6 and 7. What is the responsibility of utilities when filing the application? And you go on to talk about densely populated portions of New Mexico, greenhouse gases. Sir, if that was important to you, why didn't you include that in your direct testimony?
Your Honor, I believe we raised these issues in my direct testimony, but I believe they lay a foundation for rebutting the arguments that were made by the parties.
Additionally, all of page 30 of your testimony, of your rebuttal testimony, you talk about budget expansion and future filings. How does that counteract, dispel, or rebut any of the interveners or staff's testimony in this case?
Your Honor, there were considerable questions raised by various parties regarding the increase in SPS's budget from our initial TEP filing to this TEP filing. And those arguments address the the need to increase the budget and the reasonableness of the budget in this filing.
I find improper rebuttal to be a troubling pattern in several of the witnesses in this case. And while at this point, I don't believe it would be efficient for me to strike all of the impermissible rebuttal testimony and have it refiled, especially since this is an expedited case. I just would like to caution the parties that in the future, I expect you to comply with the rules, and any cumulative or improper rebuttal or other testimony that would more properly be filed as supplemental testimony, then you should make a request to file the testimony in the appropriate way.
Take note of that, Your Honor.
That being said, I appreciate that, sir. And that was basically that was a caution to all the parties in this case. And so, for example, well, I'll just say it when I get there, of an example of what I think is more appropriate rebuttal testimony. Because there's a couple of the witnesses in the case that basically laid the issue out and then basically gave their position on whether they agreed or didn't agree. It was short, it was succinct, and I believe was in compliance with the rule. But again, based on the expeditious nature of this case and the fact that I have not given a general, I've done so on case by case basis, but I've not given a general admonition of my expectations on this particular rule to all the parties. I'm going to go ahead and, unless you have an objection, Mr. Krienkamp, I'm going to go ahead and admit SPS Exhibit 4.
Yeah, that's fine.
Very well. SPS Exhibit 4 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you, Madam Examiner. We will note that for the future. And I do not have any further questions for Mr. Cunningham. He's available for cross-examination.
Excellent. Thank you. And based upon the proposed order of cross-examination, I believe, Mr. McMillan, that you are up first and that you reserved 30 minutes for potential questions for Mr. Cunningham. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go
Yes, Your
ahead,
Honor.
please.
Good morning, Mr. Cunningham. I'm Michael McMillan. I represent Occidental. How are you doing this morning?
Doing okay.
So one of the new aspects of this transportation electrification plan compared to SPS's previous plan is that this plan includes about $9 million in the budget for preemptive distribution system upgrades, right?
I would phrase it as proactive distribution investment, but yes, generally agree.
Okay. So before we go into talking about those proactive upgrades in the context of this plan, I wanted to talk to you a bit about how SPS normally plans investments in its distribution system outside of a transportation electrification plan, so we know how this process might differ. So normally when SPS is planning its distribution system, does it proactively identify necessary distribution investments based on projections for load growth?
Mr. McMillan, I would say when it comes to the details of how SPS does distribution system planning, I would defer those questions to Ms. Joel, but I'm happy to discuss it at a high level. That's just not my area of expertise.
Okay, and I'm hoping to stay at a high level here, but if you're uncomfortable answering the questions, I'm happy to wait until Ms. Joel later on. But is that question that I asked something that you feel comfortable answering?
I would prefer that you reserve that for Ms. Joel.
Okay. Let me make sure. I'm going to look through my questions really quickly and make sure I'm not leaving anything out. Give me just a moment. Okay, so let's go back to talking about this particular case then, and I can come back to those other questions, the more general questions with Ms. Joel. So in this case, one of the things that SPS is asking for is for the commission to find that its proposed $9 million budget for proactive distribution investment is prudent, correct?
That is correct.
And as part of that, what SPS wants is for the commission to guarantee its cost recovery for those investments through its rates and specifically through a rider, right?
SPS is seeking cost recovery.
And in fact, you've referred to the cost recovery for that system investment, and one of the things you're asking for as assurance of cost recovery, is that right? And I can refer you, that's page 22 of your rebuttal if you'd like to look it up.
We are asking for cost recovery. I just would clarify that it's for actual cost, that SPS has the true-up mechanism built in for this rider so that we're not asking for recovery of estimated cost where there could be an overbuild of the system. There is the guardrails in place on the cost recovery aspect.
Understood, and I appreciate that clarification, but what you're asking for here is the investments that SPS does decide to make within this $9 million budget. You're asking the commission to right now assure cost recovery of whatever you do end up spending, to be trued up later. Is that a good characterization?
That's correct. We see this distribution investment as part of the overall portfolio for transportation electrification, so asking for it recovery in the same manner.
Gotcha. And part of the reason that true-up protection is important is because at this stage, SPS has not identified particular distribution projects that would be funded through this budget, right?
I think we have to be careful in saying we haven't identified particular projects. We are using and Ms. Joel can speak to this more, but we are using a method to evaluate based on NEVI criteria and the corridors that are likely with NEVI to evaluate which feeders are likely to need those upgrades. So it's not completely without specificity. We are identifying specific investments, but the timing of those investments and which particular feeders would be upgraded in which order would not be determined at this point.
Okay, and did SPS include that information of like, these are the prospective exact feeders that we would be upgrading in its application in this case?
Ms. Joel discusses the criteria that is used and how those projects were identified. Yes.
Okay, but does she list the particular projects, and so people could go through and look at the particular lines and their characteristics?
Not at this point. We've committed to file the 440 notices and to give that information in the annual report for review by the parties in those proceedings, but we don't have those specific details in this application.
Gotcha. So that would be something that SPS would do, the specific identification of projects after this case concludes, based on the criteria that y'all are already working on, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And
just 1 second, Mr. McMillan. Hang on just a second. Those 440 notices, do you know who those get served upon?
Those are sent to the commission staff, and then if they exceed a threshold, they're also sent to the commissioners. But that's who the 440 notices are sent to.
But they wouldn't be sent to the parties in this case.
Not under the standard rules for a 440, but I think SPS would be willing to commit to send the ones for this to the parties.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. McMillan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Cunningham, and this may be another question that you would want to defer to Ms. Joel, but are you familiar with how SPS plans to identify the distribution projects that it's looking to fund through the Transportation Electrification Plan?
I know that those are determined on there's an annual review that takes place and looking at that, but the details of how that process worked would be better answered by Ms. Joel.
Okay, I'll defer that section of my questions to Ms. Joel. Okay, so has SPS proposed in this case any mechanism to ensure that the only distribution investments that it'll fund through the transportation electrification plan are investments that it would not otherwise be able to justify and recover through base rates?
Can you rephrase your question? I'm not quite sure I
Sure.
understood.
So normally, outside of a plan like this, SPS would identify a project, build it, and then seek cost recovery in a rate case from the commission. Is that your understanding?
Generally, I think that, yeah, I think your explanation is correct. Although in New Mexico, we do use a future test year. So there is, some forward looking as far as the projects that are going to be built and then recovered through base rates.
Gotcha. And what I'm asking is there any mechanism in the transportation electrification plan, in that distribution investment bucket, is there any mechanism to ensure that the only projects that are being funded through the transportation electrification plan are projects that could not have been built and funded in the base rate process?
I think it's really important to identify here that it's not a matter of they couldn't be, because it's not an imprudent project, but it's the proactive nature of this investment to support transportation electrification. So Ms. Joel can speak to this a little bit more, but if it's going through base rates, you go through a discretionary investment review. And then that influences how the projects are built, where by including them in our transportation electrification, it allows for targeted investment in a proactive nature to support the state's goals of expanding electricity as a transportation fuel.
Gotcha. So one thing, though, that you've mentioned in your in testimony and I believe discovery responses was that the distribution system capacity that would be created, the new capacity related to these investments under the transportation electrification plan, it wouldn't be specifically reserved for transportation electrification. Is that right?
Ms. Jolkins, again, a lot of these will be both of us speaking to these questions, but we're not reserving capacity, but the investment is targeted for where that EV load is coming on the system. So again, it's really important to understand that when SPS invests in upgrading that feeder, anybody that's served by that feeder receives the benefit of that upgrade, but the investment is targeted to make sure that we can support the expansion of transportation electrification in Southeast New Mexico.
Okay, so I understand from SPS's filing that a lot of these investments are along highway corridors, right?
That is true, yes.
Okay, so hypothetically speaking, if SPS were to upgrade a distribution line along a highway under this budget in the transportation electrification plan, someone, say Walmart, for example, could come and build a facility that wouldn't have been, that could use that capacity, right?
I think it would be better if Ms. Joel spoke to exactly how the distribution planning around that works. Rather than me trying to venture into that area, because I think that goes more into the details of our planning process.
Fair enough. I can go back into that with Ms. Joel. Okay, so I want to talk specifically about something that you did say in your rebuttal testimony. I believe that was entered as Exhibit 4. Can you turn to page 23? And I'm going to start on line 5 and read a statement, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. And just let me know when you're there.
The line 5?
Yes, starting on line 5 of your rebuttal testimony, page 23.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so you say that the approach of having a firm demand to serve, planning the infrastructure upgrade, then seeking prudency for the investment and subsequent cost recovery moves at a much slower pace than the load added by transportation electrification. Is that correct?
That is
correct. Did I read that correctly? Okay, so In your testimony, do you ever explain how much slower that process moves? The process of normal distribution investment that's placed in base rates, how much slower that moves than this prospective investment through the transportation electrification plan?
I don't believe I'd get into the details of any specific scenario because I believe that would vary based on what the new load was that was being built. But in general, EV load has a faster comes along faster to the system than traditional load does.
Okay, so but do you explain in your testimony how much faster EV load is than traditional load?
I don't get into any specifics on that because it would depend on the individual circumstance.
Okay, and in your testimony, do you give any indication of how much faster SPS would be able to move on a distribution project that's funded through the transportation electrification plan as opposed to a project that's funded normally through the normal planning process and base rates?
I don't get into those details in my testimony now.
Okay, and so because you don't talk about that, in your testimony, you don't talk about, you don't demonstrate that any time differential between distribution investment in this electrification plan and normal distribution investment, that time differential would meaningfully incentivize or deter EV investment, right?
Ms. Scholl goes more into the details of how the planning on the distribution system would be different. I don't go into those details in my testimony.
Okay, and I can once again go back into that with Ms. Joel. Okay, so I want to talk some about how SPS plans to recover the cost of this transportation electrification plan. So SPS is planning to recover the cost of this entire program, the distribution investment, chargers, residential incentives, et cetera, through a rider, correct?
That is correct.
And the money in that rider is going to be allocated to all of the customer classes based on each class's share of percentage share of SPS's base rates, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that includes the customer classes that are not served on the distribution system. Is that right?
SPS is allocating the cost in this case, and the cost recovery goes to all classes because all of the investment is to support transportation electrification as a whole. This is not isolated to distribution investment. And the state of New Mexico, through the legislature and the statute that was passed and the commission passing a rule, has identified that transportation electrification is a goal of the state and is beneficial for all of the residents and consumers in the state as well.
So, Mr. Cunningham, you got a little far afield from the question there. It was just that allocation for the proposed rider, that includes allocation to customer classes that are not served through the distribution system. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and the allocation of that rider includes customer classes and customers that are not eligible to participate directly in the transportation electrification plan, correct?
I would disagree with the premise of that question. I believe that all customers, regardless of customer class, the state has identified benefit from the transportation electrification. So I don't think there's any customers that don't directly benefit from the expansion. So
okay,
I don't know that I agree with the premise.
Okay, so we'll get into the benefits in just a moment, the indirect benefits of the program. But right now I'm talking about, so for example, a customer that's served at transmission voltage by SPS cannot come to SPS and say, under this transportation electrification plan, I would like you to install an EV charger or expand my service so I can support EV chargers, right?
Again, I think that's probably more detail to your question is necessary. I think you could have a business that takes service at LGST, but also wants to convert their fleet And so while that might not be at the LGST level, they could still be a participant in the transportation electrification plan.
But through a different account that would be at distribution voltage, right? Like they could not use their current LGST customer interconnection meter, et cetera. You can't, as an LGST customer, say, I would like SPS to put EV chargers at my current location with my current configuration under this plan.
I believe that would be correct, yes.
Okay, so just a second ago, you mentioned the benefits of the project, and you said that the legislature has passed a statute and the commission has created a rule. Are you aware of whether in that statute or in that rule, either the legislature or the commission determining the appropriate way to allocate costs under the transmission electrification plan?
I'm not aware that the rule or the statute addresses down to the class application level.
Okay, and you mentioned earlier that there are benefits to transportation electrification that flow to everyone in New Mexico. But something that you don't talk about in your testimony or the application is there's no analysis to show that those benefits are proportional to each customer class's share of SPS's base rates. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and now you mentioned earlier when Ms. Hardy was talking to you that you're employed as a manager for rate cases for SPS. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, based on your experience in that role and in similar roles, is it your understanding that when electric utility rates are set, customer cost allocation is generally guided by cost causation principles?
That's my general understanding, yes.
Can you explain what cost causation principles are?
Not from a scientific perspective, but Mr. Trowbridge is our witness on when it gets down to the details of cost allocation and rate design, but generally that the costs are allocated to the customers that cause those costs to be incurred.
Okay, and you'd agree with me that generally speaking in electric utility rate making, cost allocation is not generally done based on whether a customer class would benefit from a particular investment. Is that right?
I think it depends on which type of case we're talking about, but if you're referring to base rate cases, that's generally not the allocation method.
Okay, so I want to go, do you still have your rebuttal testimony in front of you?
I do.
Okay, could you go to page 9 of your rebuttal testimony? And I'm going to be looking at line 6.
I'm there.
Okay, so at the start of the sentence that begins on line 6 and on to line 7, you say, not only are those benefits financial by providing downward pressure on rates. Can you explain what you meant there?
So in general, as documented in some of the work papers to my testimony and things of that sort, in general, as you add new load to the system with EV, you also generate new sales and new revenues. But if the system is being used appropriately through managed charging, which SPS is proposing in this case, then often you're not adding new resources to the system. So you can better integrate renewables, you can avoid potentially curtailments, you can better use the distribution system. So there's a lot of ways to avoid increased investment while you're adding new revenue, and that puts downward pressure on rates.
Okay, so to put that slightly differently, because EV charging load is anticipated to be primarily off-peak load, you can get more revenue out of the system without increasing your generation and increasing your distribution capacity. Is that right?
Generally, that's the concept, yes.
Okay, so I want to talk about a hypothetical situation and ask if the same kind of principle would apply. So, hypothetically, if a transmission voltage customer were to build a new facility that was primarily an off-peak load, that facility would use the system when fuel is cheaper, would use the system when there's less capacity need, and that would potentially provide downward pressure on rates as well, right?
Hypothetically, yeah, obviously there's a lot of details in your hypothetical that are not known, depending on the size of that load and if you needed more generation to serve it and different things of that sort. But hypothetically, it could be true, yes.
Okay, so just want to ask, so hypothetically, if it were true, and if we could prove that it was true that installation of a customer, an off-peak customer like that, would put downward pressure on rates, you know, in that scenario, if there was, say, a service extension needed to interconnect that customer, it wouldn't be normal for that service extension to be paid for by other customer classes, correct?
I'd have to know more about the details of your hypothetical, and actually to look at that in more depth. I couldn't answer that just with the limited amount of information that I have here.
Gotcha. So let me see if I can phrase it differently. Normally in, say, a base rate case, SPS would not be in this hypothetical situation looking to whether that new facility benefited other customer classes when determining how to allocate its costs. Is that right?
I think we're getting really far apart on your hypothetical from what's in this case, because we have a statute where SPS is being, and the other utilities are instructed to achieve a goal of expanding transportation electrification, where in your hypothetical, there's no basis on which to determine benefits and things of that sort. So it's really hard to compare your hypothetical to what we're dealing with in this application.
Okay, fair enough, Mr. Cunningham. Thank you so much for your time, and pass the witness, Sherman.
Thank you.
And you have, you've got 6 minutes left, Mr. McMillan. And since several of the questions were deferred to Ms. Joel, I'll allocate that time to, should you need it, to her.
Thank you, Ron.
Very well. I believe in our cross-examination, Mr. DeSalen, you reserved 5 minutes for Mr. Cunningham. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I just have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Cunningham.
Good morning.
My name is Charles DeSalen, and I represent the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. And I want to ask you just a few questions about how Southwestern Public Service Company, or SPS, proposed transportation electrification plan will reduce emissions of air pollution, okay?
Okay.
And I want to look at your rebuttal testimony. I think you have that handy at page 7.
I'm there.
Okay. And beginning at line 6, or on line 6, you reference the transportation electrification statute, which is section 62-8-12. Do you see that?
I do.
And then you quote the statute, subsection B3, and you quote it correctly, I believe, and you state that when considering transportation electrification applications for approval, the Commission shall consider whether the investments, incentives, programs, and expenditures are designed to contribute to the reduction of air pollution and greenhouse gases. Do you see that?
I do.
And then over the next couple of pages on through page 9, you talk generally about reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, but I don't see any mention of reducing other air pollutants. Do you mention other air pollutants in your discussion at all?
I don't believe I do, no.
Okay, and does anyone from Southwest Public Service Company discuss reduction in emissions of other air pollutants?
I could not say for sure if Mr. Murphy's testimony includes any reference to other air pollutants, but I'd have to look at his testimony again to know that.
Okay, we don't need to do that. But could you name any of those other pollutants that would be reduced by the transportation electrification plan?
I would not be able to name them just sitting here without any reference in front of me.
Okay. And then Mr. Cunningham, I don't see any estimates of the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions resulting from the transportation electrification plan. Do you provide any estimates?
I do not provide any estimates, no.
Okay, and has SPS done any sort of analysis, either quantitative or qualitative, to estimate the reduction in greenhouse gases that would result if this transportation electrification plan is approved and implemented?
I would defer that question to Mr. Murphy and whether or not to address that question.
Okay. Would you agree with me that there are professional consultants that do exactly that sort of analysis?
I'm sure that's probably the case, and I believe Mr. Murphy would probably be familiar with that.
Okay. And do you agree with me that this sort of analysis would be helpful to the commission in deciding whether the statutory provision that we just quoted has been met?
Can you rephrase your question? I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
Yeah, that's fine. It's a little bit long, but my question is do you agree with me that that analysis, either quantitative or qualitative analysis of greenhouse gas emission reductions, would be helpful to the commission in deciding whether the statutory provision that we just talked about, whether that statutory provision had been met?
I think, first of all, the statutory provision just requires that there be an understanding that the investments, incentives, programs, and expenditures are designed to contribute to the reduction of air pollution. I don't believe it actually calls for a quantitative analysis of that. Now, I won't speak to what the commission might find beneficial. That would be something for the commission to determine, but I don't believe the qualitative or quantitative analysis is included in that provision of the statute.
Okay, that is all my questions, Mr. Cunningham. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. I believe the next party that had reserved time for cross-examination is the New Mexico Large Customer Group. And so I can announce that Mr. Stoffel is in the hearing now. So either Mr. Stoffel, Mr. Rushoff, or Ms. Roach, go ahead and ask your questions, please.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. There are a few of us, but I'm going to handle this one.
Very well, sir.
Now, okay, I had to find you on my screen. Good morning, Mr. Cunningham.
Good morning. It's like a moving
Right.
chase game whenever somebody new talks.
Yeah, I lost you there for a minute. I don't think we've met. My name's Austin Rushoff. I'm representing the New Mexico Large Customer Group in this hearing. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I wanted to start with just some preliminary questions about EV adoption in SPS's service territory. In your testimony, you acknowledge and you discuss the rural nature of SPS's New Mexico service territory. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you discuss a little bit about how EV adoption has not been as robust in SPS's service territory compared to the state overall. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, I think you cited figures that only 0.4% of households in SPS's service territory have EV vehicles.
I believe that's the stat at the time cited in my testimony, yes.
Yeah, and that compared to 1.6% of households across New Mexico, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Mr. Cunningham, this is SPS's second transportation electrification plan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and in the first SPS TEP, the commission approved a budget of approximately $3.7 million over that 3-year plan. Does that sound right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Okay, and here SPS is requesting 23.1 million approximately. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you would agree that this plan is roughly 6 times larger from a budget perspective than the first TEP?
Mathematically, yes, it is.
Okay. And is it fair to say that SPS is proposing such a larger budget because the company expects that participation in EV programs will grow?
I think there's a couple of factors that play in there. One is the expected growth of EVs. Part of that also is a more defined plan that we have to file because the rule was adopted after our first TEP. So there's program considerations that have to be included as well. And then the clear need to plan for proactive distribution investment.
Okay. Mr. Cunningham, in Discovery, SPS provided a comparison between its estimated participation in EV programming in the last TEP compared to actual participation. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that it was provided, yes.
Yeah, and it was the company's response to OPL 1-4, and it was discussed in Mr. Higgins' testimony, page 12. Do you have access or a copy of Mr. Higgins' testimony in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me. It's in the room. I could get up and get it or look at it on the screen, whichever one's easier.
I could share it on the screen if that would be okay with you.
OPL, which OPL?
I'm referring to New Mexico Large Customer Group Exhibit
sorry.
number 1, and it's Mr. Higgins' direct testimony.
I don't know why I got stuck on OPL. Let's see. What page?
Page 12. The table at the top of that page.
Okay. Can you see it, sir?
It's a little small, but I can see it.
Just one second as I okay.
How's
So-
that?
I can see that. Thank you, Your Honor.
So
That's
you
that big monitor screen.
I don't have the advantage of that, Your Honor.
and
Go
so
ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham, I think you said you did review this testimony in the course of this case, is that right?
I did, yes.
Okay. And basically what Mr. Higgins is showing in this table is the actual participation as of February 1, 2024. So acknowledging that data might be dated a little bit, compared to the company's estimated participation in some of these programs.
That is correct.
And it's on the screen. I don't think we have to go line by line, but would you agree that this data demonstrates that participation in some of the programs was much lower than SPS might have expected in its last TEP?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. We can take that down here, Examiner Hurst. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to clarify, follow up on a question Mr. McMillan asked you about your testimony that EV investment can put downward pressure on rates. Do you recall those questions a few moments ago?
I do.
Okay. In response to one of his questions, I think you briefly mentioned your work papers, but I had a question of, has SPS provided any specific data or analysis that shows how the initial TEP put downward pressure on customer rates?
I believe I actually stated in my in my rebuttal as I was discussing the work papers from Synapse Energy that the adoption rates in SPS are at a point from the first TEP that data is not readily available and not something that we can really see in SPS's service territory yet. It's an acknowledged trend in the state. It's an acknowledged trend nationwide, but due to the lower adoption rate in SPS's service territory, it's not there for us.
Okay, and you mentioned the report from Synapse Energy, and is that your attachment JWCR2?
It's included in those work papers, yes.
Okay. And I did review that report, and there was discussion on the Synapse had a discussion about how TEP investment can put downward pressure on rates. And it talked about sort of, as you just mentioned, I think nationally and in the state overall. But we just agreed that the SPS New Mexico service territory is unique compared to maybe New Mexico overall or the country overall. Is that correct?
I don't know that it's unique to the country overall, but I do think it has its own unique attributes, right? And SPS's service territory and SPS's customer base is different than potentially other parts of the state.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's unique to everywhere.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So SPS's position that EV spending will put downward pressure on rates, that's a projection, is that right?
It is a projection, yes.
And that projection depends on EV revenues materializing. Is that right?
I would say that both the revenues and the cost are dependent on the EV load materializing. That's why we have the customer true-ups, customer protections in the true-ups, so that if the load doesn't materialize, the revenue requirement is adjusted and the costs are not there for the customers either.
Sure. You mentioned the managed charging programs that the company has proposed to it. EV investment putting downward charging on rates also depends somewhat on the amount of new generation investment the company has to make to serve EV load. Is that right?
In general, that would be a true statement because that would be true for any load that was brought on the system. There'd have to be an analysis of the cost required to serve it. Yes.
Mr. Cunningham, are you aware of what the current EV rider rate is?
I'm sure I could look in the testimony, but I don't have it in front of me.
And that the EV rider is SPS's rate 78, I believe. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. The rate. The current rate is 0.1150%. Does that sound right?
Are you referring to particular class?
No, the rate on rate 78 and the 2024 percentage.
I suppose I'm not familiar with what you're referring to. I'm looking at the present. Do you have that up on the, can that be put up on the screen?
I don't know. Where is it?
Oh, I think I'm with you now. You're referring to the percentage of base rates, Mr. McMillan? Or Mr. Rushoff, I'm sorry.
I am correct.
Okay, yes, I'm with you. I was not following your question.
Yeah, no. And just to clarify, I'm just talking about nothing in the new TEP, just the current EV rider rate is 0.1150%. Mr. Trowbridge provided estimates of the future TEP rider rate if SPS's proposal was adopted. Are you aware of those projections?
I'm aware that he has the rate design for this, yes.
Okay, and I can pull that up if you'd like, or Hearing Examiner Hurst, you could. That's in SPS Exhibit 11. The direct testimony of Trowbridge.
Yeah, I was still trying to find rate 78. And I found the new rate 78 in the application. But
Yeah.
not the existing one. Do you say direct or rebuttal?
Direct.
Okay, what page?
It's an attachment AGT3.
Okay.
Uh.
Just 1 second. There's the. Okay.
Okay, and so on AGT3, Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Trowbridge projects there on the first column in the table the 2025 EV rider rate of 0.2866%, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's what the company has proposed for 2025 to be the rate.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Trowbridge presents the next two columns as informational only, but it's my understanding that, based on the proposed investment and the expected revenue requirements, Mr. Trowbridge estimates a 2026 EV rider of 0.4176%. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
And then in 2027, it's 0.6246%. Is that right?
That appears to be correct. It's a little small
Okay.
on my screen, but.
So, and I guess to sum this up a little bit, if SPS's plan is adopted as proposed, the EV rider will increase approximately 5 times over the next 4 years. Does that sound right?
I believe you'd have to talk to Mr. Trowbridge a little bit about the details of what's in his presentation here. But the budget certainly does increase between 2025 and 2026 because the budget for 2026 with the proactive distribution investment is higher than the budget for 2025. But you'd have to speak to him about what the revenue assumptions are in that attachment.
Okay. But you don't have any reason to think this projection is incorrect here.
I can't speak to the details of the presentation. That's it.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll move on. I have a couple questions for you about SPS's proposed distribution investment in the TEP, and you just talked about some of this with Mr. McMillan, so I've tried to whittle down my questions a little bit, but please bear with me. In your direct testimony, you referred to the proposed distribution investment as one completely new area of investment. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay, and sort of at a high level, the company's proposed distribution investment in the TEP consists of feeder upgrades, voltage conversions, and line extensions. Is that correct?
Those are the two categories of distribution investment within the application. Yes.
Okay.
So feeder and voltage upgrades in one category, line extensions in another.
Okay, thank you. These are investments that SPS typically makes regardless of EV investment. Is that right?
If they were determined, again, Ms. Joel can speak to this in more depth, but if they were determined through the process that our distribution planning goes through, they would go through the budgeting process and would be determined whether or not they needed to be made through that process.
Okay. And the proactive distribution investments are approximately 9 million of the company's 23.1 million budget. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You spoke with Mr. McMillan about the Form 440. And it's my understanding that the company has not made any specific distribution upgrades, has not proposed anything specific in this case, but will do so through a Form 440. Is that right?
That's one of the two avenues that would be made available for review. SPS has also proposed that it would provide a detailed list within our annual report at the point in time that we do the the reconciliation filing. So in our first TEP, we asked for permission and the commission granted through the final order to do a reconciliation and then to follow that up with a new rate for the upcoming year. We're asking the commission to continue that treatment. So that list of investment would be filed with the annual report in conjunction with that reconciliation, with time for the parties to review before the new rate was filed a couple months later. So August 1st, reconciliation, October 1st, true or new rate is filed.
Okay, and the hearing examiner asked you who gets copies of the Form 440s, and I believe you offered to provide them to all the interveners in this case going forward. Is that right?
Yes, I believe if it's a compliance matter coming out of this case, it'd be reasonable that the parties to this case would be served with those 440 notices for review.
And you just referred to that as sort of a compliance issue. So the Form 440s aren't a commission application, correct?
Their commission notification is the way that I would characterize those.
So when the company submits a Form 440 notice, interested interveners, commission staff, they don't have a way to protest that Form 40 notice, do they?
Actually, from my understanding, commission staff, whenever they receive a Form 40 notice, if they have concerns, and I believe we've seen this at the commission in recent months, that if they have concerns about the investment, then they can notify the commissioners, and then that investment can be reviewed by the commissioners.
Okay. You spoke about this with Mr.
Hold on
McMillan.
just a second, sir. Let me pause your time. Basically, the events that you're talking about, Mr. Cunningham, are those the ones that you're referencing at the bottom of page 32 of your rebuttal testimony?
Let me turn to my rebuttal testimony, Your Honor. Page 32.
Right. Down at line 14, the question posed on page 32 is, what is SPS's request of the commission in this proceeding? Okay. So, and then you go on to say SPS is only asking for the commission to grant authority to bring forward its actual rate case expenses for the TEP in the EV infrastructure rider reconciliation proceeding. So let's just stop right there. Okay. So the EV infrastructure rider reconciliation, you call it a proceeding. Is that what you were just referring to in your answer to Mr. Rushoff about the August 1st reconciliation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And when you say, you use the phrase actual rate case expenses, what do you mean by that?
Though that portion of my testimony is referring to the expenses incurred for this proceeding. Should have probably referred to them as TEP case expenses, which is what I referred to them in general in this section. Apologize for the typo and not changing that language there and correcting that reference to TEP case expenses.
Okay, because you understand when you say actual rate case expenses, that makes me think of a traditional base rate case.
Yes, Your Honor.
But that's not what you were referring to.
No, Your Honor, that's just
Okay.
a reference that I missed. It
Okay.
should say TEP case expenses.
Okay, all right, so the actual rate, TEP case expenses in this infrastructure rider reconciliation proceeding. What, I also would like you to clarify by your use of the word proceeding. What do you believe that proceeding is? Is it a
Your Honor,
filing? Is it an actual something that has a hearing? What is a proceeding to you?
my understanding here is that SPS files its annual report for its TEP and its reconciliation of prior year expenses and revenues, and that is then subject to review by parties and by the commission staff, and that objections to that reconciliation could be filed by any of those parties. SPS is filed this reconciliation, if you will, coming out of our first TEP.
So in essence, what you're describing here is SPS makes a filing with the commission. Do you know who it gets served on?
I believe it served to all of the parties from the last TEP, and so that would be updated for this TEP. I could confirm that, but that's my understanding.
Ms. Hardy, consider that a bench request, please. Okay, so there's a filing. You believe it served on the parties to the last TEP, and then you claim there's an opportunity to review the filing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else that you believe happens in this reconciliation rider proceeding?
Then, in 2 months later, on October 1st, that's when SPS files the actual rate for the next year, having been trued up for revenues and expenses, actual revenues and expenses. But that's after a 2-month period for review of the reconciliation.
Okay, so under this EV infrastructure rider reconciliation proceeding, you believe it also includes the October 1st new rate filing? Or is it separate?
I think that's probably an advice notice filing after the reconciliation has been reviewed to actually put the new tariff in place.
Okay, so this is something that's separate from the reconciliation proceeding.
Correct. We do not file the new advice notice and tariff with the reconciliation. We don't do that until after it's had time to be reviewed.
Do you know who the advice notice gets served on?
I believe the same parties as the reconciliation.
You can consider that in part of bench request 1, Ms. Hardy. I'd like to have that verified. Who gets served with the reconciliation? Who gets served with the new advice notice, please? And then what do you think happens, Mr. Cunningham, to your advice notice? What's your understanding of what happens next?
My understanding is that it would be reviewed by commission staff and a memo, yes, approving basically the advice notice, such as when we do clean tariff filings out of another case. that memo then would allow us to implement on January 1st.
Thank you, sir.
Hearing
Thank you.
Examiner Hurst, can
Thank
I
you.
just ask a
Absolutely. I'm gonna go back to your time. Thank you for allowing me to ask these questions. I thought it appropriate to get the witnesses' understanding of this testimony for us to ask questions going forward. So go ahead, sir.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, can I just jump in just to ask a follow-up question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kreenkamp. I didn't see your face
Okay.
lighting up there.
No, that's
Go
fine.
ahead, sir.
Mr. Cunningham, good morning. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. I believe that Mr. Rushoff's questions to you related to these specific distribution upgrades that you would be proposing over the course of the TEP. And my understanding of what you've just testified is that you would file these as part of a Form 440, and then the parties would then have 60 days to review those and potentially file an objection. Is that correct?
So I think we're getting a couple of processes conflated here, just to be clear. So the 440 notices would be, I believe the rule requires that they be filed 30 days in advance of the beginning of construction. So we would file the 440 notices minimum that far in advance of the beginning of construction. And then what I've just been discussing with Hearing Examiner Hurst was our annual report and our reconciliation of the EV rider that would have the 60-day review. So it's two separate processes that would give parties an opportunity and commission staff an opportunity to review that investment. So the 440 notices would be filed prior to construction, but then that distribution investment would also be included in the annual report as well.
And what kind of information about the about those specific distribution upgrades would be included in that annual report?
Having not included those before, yeah, I don't know that we have specifics on what all would be included, but I would assume the information that's included in the 440s and the stated construction costs, things of that sort. But that's not something we've included in the annual report before, so that would be something that would have to be determined.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Kreenkamp. And I believe Mr. Rushoff, like I said, thanks for letting me ask those questions. Now you can resume your questions.
Thank you. And I actually have a few questions that arose from the hearing examiner's question. So I'm going to try to clarify everything we just said, hopefully succinctly, but just bear with me for a moment. So right now in the proposed TEP, the company is requesting a $23 million budget. About 9 million of that is distribution upgrades, correct?
For the 3-year TEP period, that's correct.
Correct. And as we just discussed, we don't know what that $9 million will be spent on specifically, correct?
Not down to the specific feeder. That's correct. Okay.
So sort of the process wise, and I think the conversations we just had, we did get a little mixed up between the Form 440 process and the annual reconciliation process. But in a hypothetical, let's say the commission approves SPS's TEP as proposed and approves the $9 million in unspecified distribution upgrades. Do you have that in mind?
Sure.
Okay. So if that were to happen, then let's say January 2025, SPS could file a Form 440 proposing a distribution upgrade of some sort 30 days prior to construction. Correct?
That would be the minimum time, yes.
Sure. And then you said commission staff might have an opportunity to review that?
I believe we would commit that the 440 notice would be filed on the parties to this proceeding. So, any party would have an opportunity to review as part of the compliance to this proceeding.
Do you know if that's in the rules related to Form 440? That process for parties to review?
Well, that's not included in the rule, but there's also a significant chance that the distribution investment that SPS would be making wouldn't naturally require a 440 by the rule. SPS is committing to this more extensive 440 process so that the parties have some assurance of being able to review the distribution investment that SPS would make.
Okay. So let's say SPS filed a Form 440 in January, 30 days go by, no party or staff objects to that. SPS would begin construction on whatever that upgrade is, correct?
That would be the process, yes.
Okay. And then let's say that upgrade is completed within a few months. Then in August is when the company would do the reconciliation process and seek recovery of that cost in the rider. Is that correct?
In that August proceeding, all expenses and revenues would be trued up, and the list of investment that had been made during that year would be included in the annual report.
Okay. All right. So after that investment is made is when the expenses would be reviewed.
Yes, it would be included as part of that overall review and reconciliation of expenses and revenues.
Okay. Thank you for going through that process a little bit. I think that was a little bit complicated, but I think we all understand a bit better. So I appreciate that. I want to go back. These distribution upgrades that you have proposed, all of them will go to upgrade the distribution system generally. Is that right?
Could you clarify what you mean by generally?
I probably should. So these upgrades would improve the distribution system that's used by all distribution level customers, correct?
So the distribution investment would be targeted to a feeder where it needed to support increasing EV load, but certainly all customers taking service on that feeder would also receive the benefits, reliability, different things that come from the upgrade to that feeder.
Okay, thank you, because I think that's what I was getting at. Those distribution investments would serve customers whether they have an EV or utilize EV charging, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony, you responded to New Mexico Large Customer Group witness Mr. Higgins' testimony regarding these distribution investments. Do you recall that?
Could you point me to specific reference? But yes, generally I respond to Mr. Higgins.
Yeah, I can point you. Let's see. So it starts on page 20 of your rebuttal. And like I said, I don't think we need to pull it up, but if you want to have that in front of you, that'd be great.
Just want to make sure I'm following your references.
Sure. And I don't intend to reference anything specific.
Okay.
I guess the question I'm getting at is, do you understand Mr. Higgins, his recommendation in this case is not that SPS not make these distribution investments. It's simply that they shouldn't be included in the TEP and in the TEP rider.
I do understand that. And again, Ms. Joel can speak more to how the discretionary budget evaluation works, but the two have to be linked, whether because of that discretionary investment and whether or not that proactive investment is going to be made in a timely basis is impacted by whether or not it's included in the TEP or not.
Okay, but you say they're linked, but if the commission did not approve these proactive distribution investments, if SPS identifies a distribution upgrade that's necessary to provide reliable service, SPS has an obligation to make that upgrade, correct?
All the distribution investment goes through that process and identifies the necessary work.
Okay, so if there was a necessary upgrade that's not approved as part of this TEP, SPS would still make that upgrade going forward.
Generally, I think I would agree with that, but again, I'd refer you to Ms. Joel and the discussion about discretionary versus non-discretionary and how investments are prioritized through our distribution planning.
Okay, and if those distribution investments weren't approved as part of this TEP, the company would make those sort of through the ordinary course of business and would seek cost recovery in a future general rate case, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. I think that's enough on distribution investments. I have just a few questions about the EVSI proposals, SPS's
Okay.
EVSI proposals. So SPS proposes two options for EVSI in the TEP commercial portfolio. One of those being an SPS owned option and one being a rebate option. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Higgins provided testimony recommending that EVSI should only be provided through rebates and not be company owned. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And one of Mr. Higgins' concerns was that EVSI rebates will ensure the risks of that EV investment are shared compared to the SPS owned option, which puts all that investment on customers. Are you familiar with that argument of Mr. Higgins?
I am.
Okay. Would you agree with Mr. Higgins that the rebate option presents a risk-sharing opportunity between customers and private investment?
It certainly, SPS is certainly proposing a hybrid approach with both ownership and investment because or rebates because there is a market for, and we want to encourage that market for private investment. It's just at the state of SPS's market currently, the amount of investment is limited and needs the support of SPS's ownership. But yes, I agree with the statement Mr. Higgins makes.
Okay. And so following that, do you agree that SPS ownership of EVSI prevents or presents risks to customers in that if SPS makes that investment and offsetting charging revenues do not materialize, then customers are bearing the burden of that investment?
I disagree with that premise because SPS is not going to be making that investment unless there's a customer coming in and requesting that investment. So there's a load there that is planned. And so the risk is not there in the same way. It's not, SPS is not just going to be going out and identifying sites and building something where there's not load requesting that EVSI.
Okay. Does SPS plan to construct EVSI in stations where it knows it is not economic?
I think that depends on the circumstance, certainly, but the statute and the rule both require investment in underserved and low income population areas. And so that's definitely one of the concerns as far as for private investment coming into those, is that they're not necessarily as economically viable, but that's why it's important to have SPS or utility ownership in order for the state to meet their goals around transportation electrification.
Okay, so one of the goals of the company is to target areas where the competitive market will not invest in EV infrastructure. Is that correct?
I think that's one of the goals of the state, is recognizing the need to not limit transportation electrification to areas where it's economically viable. You need to serve those underserved communities. And so yes, SPS would through its programs, we have multiple programs that have low income and underserved population specifications that Mr. Murphy can speak to more, but yes, that's definitely part of the TEP.
Okay, and if if SPS made an investment in EV charging infrastructure in an area that is underserved, and that station is underutilized, SPS ratepayers would not receive the benefit of increased energy sales. Would you agree with that?
Hypothetically, yes, I think that there is that potential.
Okay. Those are all my questions. I thank you for your time, Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rushoff. I think now is probably the appropriate time. I've got 10:35 for us to take our morning recess for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:45 and resume our hearing. Please remember that the YouTube live stream will be on during the morning recess. So we're recessed for 10 minutes. Okay, okay, I believe we can go back on our record. And I believe ChargePoint had no cross-examination. And our next cross-examination will be by you, Ms. Barrett. And I believe you reserve 60 minutes.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Cunningham. My name
Good
is
morning.
Jocelyn Barrett. Good morning. I represent the New Mexico Department of Justice. I don't believe we've met before. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I'd like to start my examination by referencing your rebuttal testimony. Could you turn to page 23, please?
I'm there.
Okay, great. So starting at line 3, I'd like to expand a little bit on the discussion you had earlier with Mr. McMillan about this passage. Do you recall telling Mr. McMillan that the pace of the current regulatory framework is generally slower than the pace of ED adoption, or words to that effect?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And would you also agree that you state many times in your testimony that the pace of EV adoption in SPS's New Mexico territory has been slower than in more urban New Mexico areas like Santa Fe and Albuquerque?
Yes, that is correct.
Is the pace of EV adoption in SPS's New Mexico territory slower than the national average of EV adoption?
I do not have the national average in front of me. It is slower than the average for the state of New Mexico.
Okay. So when you stated to Mr. McMillan that the current regulatory framework is generally slower, does generally mean, is generally slower than the pace of ED adoption? Is that in comparison to the average rate?
Well, I think we're getting two different things confused here. This is not necessarily referring to the overall EV adoption rate in New Mexico, but it's more specifically referring to the way that EV adoption happens as far as the new load coming onto the system. Each individual, not necessarily the overall rate for SPS's service territory.
But you do state that the rate of EVs coming online in SPS's territory is slower than in other places in New Mexico, like Santa Fe and Albuquerque, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. So would you agree that it's reasonable to also say that EV adoption in SPS's New Mexico territory could be considered slower than the general EV adoption rate?
I don't know what you're defining, what you mean by generally, but it's probably a subject to check or subject to further explanation. I would say that's probably true, yes.
Thank you. Do you have any reason to believe that between now and when SPS is required to file its next TEP, the pace of adoption in its New Mexico territory is going to be greatly accelerated?
I believe there's a lot of factors that could lead to an accelerated EV adoption rate in SPS's service territory. I think, obviously there's the policies of the state of New Mexico and the things that the state of New Mexico is doing as far as electrifying its fleet for the government vehicles. There's interest from customers, that we see in their fleets and transitioning their fleets. We're also seeing a real change in the EV market. When SPS filed its first TEP, the types of vehicles and the used vehicle market was not really there for SPS's customers. But since then, we've seen a vast diversification of the types of vehicles that are in the market. We're seeing things that would appeal more to our customer base and would be more appropriate for their the types of customers that we serve. You're also seeing increased investment from the federal government with the work that's been done through the Biden-Harris administration. So there's a lot of things that are influencing the market and certainly pointing towards an increase in EV adoption.
Okay, that's fair. You would agree, though, wouldn't you not, that these influences have also affected the EV adoption rate in places like Albuquerque and Santa Fe?
Certainly, they have influence on all the areas of the state.
And to your knowledge, have the utilities that serve Santa Fe and Albuquerque had to take the sort of proactive steps to upgrade their distribution system in order to prevent it from being overloaded that you discuss in your testimony?
I believe all utilities are having to think about proactive distribution investment to serve TEP and to serve increasing EV load. That's not just a statewide trend, but that's something that is a topic of conversation in distribution system planning and transportation electrification in numerous states.
But you'd agree that talking about it or discussing it is not the same as implementing it?
Well, it takes time for implementation, but I believe there's calls and there's conversations that are leading to implementation in numerous states. Yes.
Do you think it's fair to say that even if SPS's EV adoption rate accelerates between now and the time that you file your next TEP, that it's likely to accelerate at a slower pace than more urban areas like Santa Fe and Albuquerque?
That is probably a fair statement. Mr. Murphy could speak more to the forecast, but that's probably a fair statement.
Thank you. Do you have any reason to believe that the pace of acceleration in SPS's New Mexico territory is going to accelerate so fast between now and 2027 that you're going to need to take steps to upgrade the distribution system?
Can you rephrase your question? I'm not sure what you're asking.
Based on the information that we have right now, do you have reason to believe that the pace of EV adoption in SPS's New Mexico territory is going to accelerate so quickly that upgrades to the distribution system as they are contemplated in your testimony are going to be required before the time that you have to file your next TEP?
I believe you have to look at it from an individual feeder perspective, which is what SPS is proposing. It's not a matter of what the overall adoption rate is, but it's a matter of the load that would be necessary on that particular, or that would be coming onto that feeder that would necessitate that upgrade. Ms. Joel can speak more to how that evaluation process happens internally, but that wouldn't be based on the overall adoption rate. It would be based on the load being added to a particular feeder.
Okay, thank you. Can you please look at that same page starting on line 8? Where you state, thank you. The solution being recognized across the industry is for utility commissions to proactively work with utilities to evaluate how they can develop frameworks to approve preemptive grid modernizations to support EV charging. Is that an accurate recital of your testimony?
I believe it is.
But you don't provide any specifics about which parts of the industry are pushing this new way of doing things.
I have several work papers attached to my rebuttal testimony that speak to the need for proactive distribution investment, and yeah, I reference those and include them in my rebuttal testimony.
Does that attachment go into detail about the nature of those territories, specifically whether they are more or less rural than SPS's New Mexico territory?
I don't believe the rural nature of the states is discussed in those studies.
So that attachment doesn't provide any information about whether this kind of distribution investment is being approved and advocated for in very rural communities with very small levels of EV adoption, like SPS is.
Again, I don't think the level of EV adoption is what should be considered here. It's the need to support all types of EV adoption, whether that's native customers to SPS or those that travel through and need to take advantage and use those fast chargers. So it doesn't speak to the rural nature. It doesn't speak to specific things like that, but it speaks to the need for commissions to work with utilities to think about how we proactively invest in the distribution system.
Okay. Can you turn to page 17 of your rebuttal testimony, please?
I'm there.
Thank you. I'm not quite yet. On page 17, you started discussion of the Synapse report to which Ms. Lane, who's NMDOJ's witness, was a contributor. Do you see that?
I do.
And it states that this Synapse report examined the revenue contribution of electric vehicle drivers to utilities in comparison to the associated costs to the grid to serve these electric vehicle drivers in New Mexico. Do you see where it says that?
Yes, I do.
And you provide projections from this report in support of your assertion that there are added benefits for all SPS's customers in TEP adoption or the adoption of SPS's TEP. Correct?
What do you mean by, can you clarify what you mean by projections? I don't believe I provide any projections.
Page 18 at the top. And I think
Yes,
you're
at the
correct.
top.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a projection. It was an actual study that concluded that EV drivers contributed over 1.2 million more to utilities and revenues. I apologize, that was a misstatement. But you see where it says that
Yes, I
EV
do.
drivers contributed that much?
Yeah. My apologies, Mr. Lee. I didn't mean to talk over Ms. Barrett. Yes, I do see that.
Thank you. But then right underneath that, you say that SPS's customers were not a significant contributor to this report. Right?
That's correct. Yes. SPS
Wow.
recognizes that.
Why were they not a significant contributor to this report?
Simply stated, SPS's EV market is still a nascent market, and the revenues are still growing within a developing market, but they wouldn't have been a significant amount of that 1.2 million given the adoption rate.
But then after you make that statement about SPS's customers not being a significant contributor, you say that you anticipate the same outcome is likely to be true for SPS and its customers as EV adoption is expanded. Do you see that?
Can you give me a line reference?
It starts at line 8 on page 18.
Yes, I see that.
On what timeline do you expect?
I would expect that if SPS's forecast is correct in this TEP, that we would start to see that within this 3-year TEP period.
On what is that? Can you tell me again, on what is that projection based?
It would be based on SPS's forecasted adoption rates, which Mr. Murphy testifies to.
We can pull this up if you want to, but subject to check. Do you agree that, well, you included the Synapse report as an attachment to your testimony, right?
It's included in my work papers as attachment 2, yes.
And on page 3 of that report, it states, a key reason why revenues from EVs outweigh the cost is that EV customers, particularly those on TOU rates, tend to charge during off-peak hours. Do you want to find that page, or would you believe me?
Can you tell me the page number of my attachment?
It's attachment JWC-R2, and it's on page 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Second column, beginning of a second paragraph.
I see the statement, yes.
Do you agree that the majority of SPS's service territory isn't residential customers on TOU rates? Instead, it's more commercial charging and DCFCs?
Mr. Murphy would probably be better to speak to that, but yes, that would generally be my understanding.
And based on that, is it reasonable to expect that the impacts in SPS's service territory will be different than in service territories like Santa Fe and Albuquerque that have a lot more residential customers on TOU rates?
I don't believe that that's necessarily true for the upcoming TEP period, the 2025 through 2027. As in this application, SPS is making specific efforts to encourage that charging off peak through more developed managed charging programs, through more customer education, through increasing our advisory services. There's a lot of efforts that SPS is making to increase that off peak charging.
Go ahead and please turn to page 35 of your rebuttal.
Okay, I'm there.
Thank you. On this page of your rebuttal, you talk about the recommended decision from SPS's prior TEP, which was 21-00150 UT, starting toward the bottom, line 10.
Ms. Barrett, it's 20-00150.
You're correct, ma'am. I apologize for that.
I believe I began discussing that recommended decision a little higher up on page 35, but yes, generally I see where you're at.
Okay. And this, I think you said earlier that this was SPS's inaugural TEP, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
And you'd agree with me that the reason that the company, SPS, and other utilities are mandated to come before the commission every 3 years with an updated TEP is to assess what parts of the previous TEP worked well and what parts need to be changed?
I believe that's part of bringing forward a TEP on a 3-year basis. Generally, it's a requirement that the utilities expand transportation electrification. So reevaluating programs that are not successful would be part of that.
And the commission can make changes based on updated information or recommend changes based on updated information when a new TEP is brought before it, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you'd agree that there's more information about the TEP program that SPS is running now and how it's being received in the service territory than there was in the inaugural case, yes?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So simply stated, the commission doesn't have to approve the company's request, for example, to earn a return on the regulatory asset that SPS is proposing to create from the rebates in this current proceeding just because they approved it in the inaugural proceeding, correct?
SPS is simply arguing that the circumstances have not changed around that approval, but certainly would not try to bind the commission to a previous decision.
What are those circumstances you're talking about?
In regard to the 10-year amortization and the earning a WACC on the rebate, is that what we're referring to?
Yes, you just said that the circumstances supporting that haven't changed. What circumstances are you referencing?
SPS's EV market is still definitely a developing market. That's one factor that hasn't changed. SPS is aligning that amortization period with the life of the assets. That piece has not changed. SPS is investing in areas or providing investment through rebates in underserved and low income populations. There's a variety of things that we could continue to list, but those things that support the 10-year amortization and the earning of WACC have not changed. SPS has a cost of financing whenever it comes to these rebates that it needs to return. It needs to earn that cost of financing. All of those things are still the same from the first TEP.
And you focus quite a bit on the need for an aggressive approach. It was stated in that RD from 20-00150 that one of the reasons for allowing SPS to earn a return at its WACC on the regulatory asset is the need for an aggressive approach. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is earning a return for shareholders necessary to incentivize SPS to take an aggressive approach to EV adoption?
Well, the WACC that SPS is asking to earn on the regulatory asset on the rebates is not is the cost of financing. SPS has the capital outlay to fund those rebates, and to recover its cost of financing is a reasonable thing for the utility to do.
That didn't quite answer my question. Is SPS's ability to recover that return that you just described necessary to incentivize SPS to take an aggressive approach to EV adoption?
SPS being able to recover its cost of financing for those rebates is absolutely necessary for that aggressive approach, because we're investing in areas that otherwise would not have investment for transportation electrification to fulfill the requirements of the statute to expand electricity as a transportation fuel in New Mexico.
If the commission decides to not approve this request from SPS, is SPS going to take a less aggressive approach to EV adoption in its territory?
I believe if SPS is not allowed to recover its cost of financing for a capital outlay, SPS would have to come back and reevaluate our approach to the TEP. I wouldn't make any commitments on what that reevaluation looks like, but we would have to reevaluate if we're not allowed to earn our cost of financing.
So there's a possibility that SPS would be less aggressive or propose less aggressive programs if they're not allowed to earn this return, even though EV adoption is so important in SPS's territory?
Objection.
What's your objection?
That Mr. Cunningham has answered this question, and I also believe that it's a confusing question.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, ma'am. Mr. Cunningham has answered this question.
Yes, it's asked and answered.
Ms. Barrett?
I think that Mr. Cunningham's response was a bit confusing, and I'm just trying to clarify his response.
Okay. Why don't you ask a different question?
Yes, ma'am. Is there any statute or rule in New Mexico that requires the commission to approve this sort of return on regulatory asset that SPS is requesting?
The return on cost of financing is what SPS is asking to include here, and that would be again, that's what we're asking for in this. It's not earning a return to shareholders. It's the cost of financing and without that, SPS would have to reevaluate our approach.
Go ahead and turn to page 36 of your rebuttal.
Okay.
Starting on line 10.
I'm there.
In this part of your testimony, you state that requiring SPS to provide rebates but denying a return on the asset would discourage utilities from pursuing transportation electrification, which is inconsistent with New Mexico's goals. Do you see where you say that?
I do.
You talk about providing the rebates as a benefit to customers. Doesn't it benefit customers more to have access to these rebates without funding, without also having to fund the return that you're asking for at your WAC?
Again, what my testimony states here is that if the utilities are asked to do this outlay of capital without being able to recover their cost of financing, that's going to be a disincentive for us as a utility to make that investment. Asking the utility to purely absorb the cost of financing is going to make the utility reconsider how the investment works.
Is the cost of financing the same for O&M expenses as it is for the cost of capital?
I'm not sure what you don't. The utility does not earn the return on O&M because that's not financed in the same way that capital is.
So is that a yes?
Rate making principles, you don't earn a return on O&M.
Okay. Can you confirm that the rebates that you're proposing in your TEP are intended to support an increase in EV adoption in SPS's New Mexico territory?
I believe SPS's application as a whole, programs and incentives, investment, is all intended to increase transportation electrification in our service territory.
And would you agree that increasing transportation electrification in the SPS service territory will increase the electricity consumption in SPS's service territory?
I believe that I would agree with that, yes.
And do increased electricity sales benefit SPS as a company?
They benefit customers, as we've discussed in other cross-examination. But certainly there are revenues to the company to pay for investment.
So they're revenues to the company, yes?
Yes.
And those revenues benefit SPS as a company?
I would say that they benefit customers because they either decrease rates or they pay for new investment.
Again, that wasn't my question. Do the increased revenues benefit SPS as a company?
Yes, there could be situations where they do.
Thank you. Should SPS need to invest in the distribution system to support the increased load from EV charging, will SPS be able to include those distribution investments in rate base and earn a return on those investments?
Sorry, can you restate your question?
If it's determined that SPS needs to invest in the distribution system in order to support the increased load on its system from EV charging, will SPS be able to include those distribution investments in rate base and also earn a return on those investments?
I believe you're asking if they're not included in the TEP. If that's the case, then yes, if there's the need to invest in the distribution system to serve new load, once it goes through that internal process and that investment is selected, then it would be eventually included in rate base and SPS would earn a return on that.
And this is also a benefit to SPS from the electrification of the transportation system, correct?
I don't know that I would classify it as that direct corollary. When SPS has new load that has to be served, it evaluates the investment necessary and makes that investment to serve customers. That's our obligation, is to serve the customers.
But a higher load and increased electricity sales benefits SPS, and the electrification of the transportation system is going to increase these electricity sales. And also, these distribution investments are going to end up in rate base and earn a return. And SPS does benefit from earning a return on these investments. Is that correct?
Objection.
What's your objection?
It's a confusing and compound question. I think it also misstates Mr. Cunningham's testimony, and I think he has already answered parts of the question.
Ms. Barrett?
No, I agree that that was a compound question, so I'm fine to strike that and try to restate it. I
Okay.
apologize.
Go ahead.
The part of that question that you did not answer, you gave me a statement about benefits to customers, but I'm simply trying to determine whether distributions, investments in rate base will earn a return. SPS will earn a return on the distribution investments that are in rate base, and that those returns are a benefit not only to customers, as you said, but to SPS as a company.
Yes, some basic rate making principles. The investment would be included in rate base if it's determined prudent. It would earn a return, and part of the rate making principles is that utilities are allowed to earn a reasonable return on the invested capital.
Okay. That's actually the end of my questions for Mr. Cunningham. I think I reserved more time than I was actually needed, but I have no further questions for Mr. Cunningham right now.
Very well. And I'm just trying to hone in here so I understand, Mr. Cunningham, your answer to Ms. Barrett's question about the financing, that you're just trying to recover the financing costs for the rebates by including the weighted average cost of capital. Is that your testimony?
Generally, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, your weighted average cost of capital that you're utilizing right now came from the stipulation in case number 22-00286. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
And that was 7.17%. Is that correct?
Subject to check. I don't have that in front of me, Your Honor, but that sounds correct.
Okay. Well, and so if you look at the screen share there, Mr. Cunningham,
yes,
this is the certification that I issued in that case.
yes.
And you can see how it says item 2 on that page, stipulated return on equity and weighted average cost of capital. And it says 7.17, right?
I do see that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So, and I don't know if you're the right one, you can tell me, do you know what the current percentage of your finance that you're talking about getting recovered is?
I don't have that information in front of me. Miss Naomi would
Okay.
probably have that.
Okay. Then I'll reserve that from, the latest financing case I could find is case number 19-00038. And I saw a reference in that case to a projection of 4.5 to 5% on certain interest rates for refinancing debt projects. So that's kind of what I had in my head. But if you're more comfortable, if I ask Miss Niemi, I'll do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I just have to make myself a note because like many questions that get deferred, it's like if you don't make that note, then it gets lost. Okay. I believe we only have one more party that reserved time for cross-examination of Mr. Cunningham, and that would be staff. So, Mr. Rossi, I believe that you reserve 15 minutes.
That's correct, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, or perhaps I should say good afternoon, Mr. Cunningham. I'm Nicholas Rossi, and I represent the PRC staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
When you were speaking with Mr. McMillan earlier this morning, you referred to proactive distribution investments that were part of this. And then that, I think you also said something along the lines of SPS is looking at which feeders are likely to need investment. Do you recall that testimony earlier this morning?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Now, looking at your direct testimony on page 33, you're in answer to a question that starts on page 32. Is SPS seeking to recover its rate case expenses associated with this TEP filing? But then you go on to say at the top of 33, the EV infrastructure rider, including them in the annual true-up filing, as these expenses are reasonable TEP costs that are being incurred to expand transportation electrification under the EV statute. Do you see all that in your testimony?
I do see that, yes.
What makes these proactive distribution investment costs reasonable?
I might clarify here. I think this portion of my testimony was referring to the inclusion of TEP case expenses, but you're asking about the proactive distribution investment, correct?
I am asking about that.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I'm asking your question, answering your question. So the proactive distribution investment is reasonable because it's necessary to support increasing electricity as a transportation fuel. So the statute and the rule ask the utilities or require the utilities to put together an overall transportation electrification plan, and the plan has to include a 3-year actual plan and then a 2-year planning horizon. And that requires the utilities to consider all programs, investments, incentives, things that would be necessary to expand transportation electrification. As is included in my testimony in numerous places, proactive distribution investment is necessary to be able to have the grid to be able to support that increased EV load, to make sure that customers maintain the confidence and their ability to add charging or to access charging, and for the state of New Mexico to recognize the overall benefits of transportation electrification.
So that all sounds great. One of the issues I'm running into, if we look at within the rule, that 574.11E2, it requires that the application shall include the costs of transportation electrification measures in the plan years. Now you include a large number cost, but can you point me to the location in your testimony where it shows the estimated costs for these proactive distribution investments?
I believe that's included in Ms. Naimi's testimony, as far as the dollar amounts that would be included for proactive distribution investment. If you're referring to the dollar amounts for specific feeder upgrades, that's not included. But that's standard in rate cases in different places with distribution and investment, where the utility will bring forward what's called a blanket. In other words, a bucket of dollars that are going to be spent on overhead line upgrades or undergrounding, different things of that sort. And then those dollars are then spent on specific projects. Ms. Joel can speak more to how that process works internally, but that's not an unusual approach for distribution investment.
So how can we know if they are reasonable if there are no estimated costs for the specific upgrades that are needed?
Well, I believe there's two aspects to that. First of all, there is an estimated cost because SPS is given a budget for that blanket, for that bucket of projects, and saying that within that dollar amount, planning for 6 to 9 projects, that would be for upgrading those feeders. And then, as testified previously, whenever it comes closer to time and the particular feeders have been selected, SPS will provide the 440 notices, which would identify the details, the specific locations, the need. All of that information would be provided within the 440. Whether or not it would actually be required under the 440 rules, SPS would do that for all of the feeder upgrades. And then it would also be included in SPS's TEP annual report, and the dollars would be subject to review within the reconciliation proceeding that I testified about earlier with multiple parties.
Are you familiar with other instances in rate cases here in New Mexico where expenses have been estimated in the past?
Absolutely. One of the things that we just spoke about was the different buckets. So if you were to look at one of SPS's, our FTY cases, and you look at the distribution of investment, you're going to see a bucket in there for storm damage, and the dollars that need to be spent for storm damage. Obviously, SPS does not know what that storm damage cost is going to be on a forecasted basis, but there's a bucket of dollars to be spent on that. And then as the need arises, as there's storm damage to respond to, those dollars are spent on those projects. But it's absolutely estimated cost to the point in time that SPS files that future test year.
So I'm going to switch subjects on you just a little bit. If the EV uptake is similar to in the previous TEP, where I think you showed the numbers where almost no one joined into the program, if no one joins, would these feeder upgrades that you've been talking about, would they be needed?
I think that again goes to the individual project level. The transportation electrification plans in New Mexico are to support, as we've testified previously, are to support both native SPS customers as well as the transportation sector, whether that's light, heavy, medium duty vehicles as they travel through. So again, Ms. Joel can go into this in more detail, but we've looked at those corridors in New Mexico where it's likely that there would be public charging, fast charging that would be added, and looked at those feeders and whether or not they would need the invested distribution, proactive distribution. So you could have a fairly low, theoretically, you could have a fairly low adoption, but if your travel through the corridor. SPS serves part of I-40. SPS serves a lot of Southeast New Mexico. You could still need that public charging and still have a need for that proactive distribution investment. The two can't be tied directly to one another.
If these upgrades do become necessary, would SPS be able to recover the cost through a standard base rate case?
Assuming that they were not included in the TEP, SPS could include them in a base rate case. But again, I direct you to the discussion Ms. Jolie would have about how that distribution investment would be prioritized internally and how that impact would have on transportation electrification.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ellison, I have I have several questions for the witness, but I wanted to give you an opportunity, sir, if you'd like to go ahead and ask any questions you might have at this point.
That would be great. I would like to ask the witness a few questions.
Please go ahead, sir.
Hi, Mr. Cunningham. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my apologies if I ask some questions that are repetitive. I had to step away for a few minutes, so I don't know what everybody asked, but some questions I had in mind. If you look at that chart you've got on page 5 of your direct testimony, you've got the chart that summarizes in broad strokes where you would be investing these funds.
Yes, sir.
And you've got distribution, the $9 million budget that you've been speaking about under the commercial heading. Does that mean that these investments are only going to benefit commercial customers?
Certainly not. SPS within the proactive distribution investment has the two buckets, has the feeder upgrades and voltage conversions and the commercial line extension aspect. So the target of the investment is based off of the EV load, and it's based off of the commercial load that would be necessary. Say, for instance, adding the DCFC, but all of the customers that are served by that feeder would benefit from the increased reliability of the upgrade to that feeder.
Okay, but the purpose of the distribution upgrade would be to allow for commercial EV charging, such as your high voltage DC chargers. Is that correct?
My understanding is that would be the primary driver of being able to know that we needed to upgrade that feeder. Ms. Joel can speak to some of that as well, but I think that's where we would see that most predominantly.
So it would not be increased residential demand for EV charging that would motivate that distribution investment. It would primarily be the large commercial chargers.
I believe that's correct. Ms. Joel can speak a little bit more about that as to whether or not a large pocket of investment, a large pocket of EV adoption among residential customers might trigger something like that, but I believe that the primary driver would be the commercial.
Okay. Would residential customers as a class benefit from those upgrades that are primarily aimed at commercial customers?
They would benefit in a couple of different ways. Obviously, if they're served off of that feeder as well, they would have the benefit of the increased reliability by that feeder being upgraded to handle that increased load. And then obviously, you have your residential customers that charge at those public charging facilities, whether it's as they're traveling between communities or whatever the situation might be. So the availability of public charging definitely is important for overall comfort of the residential customers as they adopt EVs, and reduces that range anxiety and things of that sort.
Okay, and you mentioned in your direct testimony that you folks had a meeting with the NM Department of Transportation. Is that correct?
Yes, we had a meeting prior to the filing.
And did that meeting result in any particular insight, or did it have an impact on what you're proposing here?
I believe the focus of that meeting was primarily to give a preview of what our strategy was and what our thoughts were with this particular application. I wouldn't highlight any particular outcomes from that. It was, but I believe it was a productive meeting.
With the public fast charging rebate, is any of that aimed at getting public charging along highways?
Certainly it is as part of that goal. SPS recognizes, as stated in my testimony, our population centers are smaller to begin with, but they're also really spread out. And so as people travel between the population centers and our service territory, they need to feel comfortable that there's places to charge if they go between population centers. And then we also recognize that we serve Tucumcari on I-40, and then we have Southeast New Mexico with different highway corridors, and there's a need for even your non-native, your non-SPS customers, or your non-New Mexico citizens to be able to have access to charging as they travel through the state.
And how would that fast charging rebate work? You would need a third party company that wanted to build a public charging station, correct?
Generally, I would agree with that, but Mr. Murphy is the expert on how all the work with the third parties and so forth happens for SPS.
But SPS would not be proposing to own and operate public charging stations.
SPS has 3 public charging stations from the prior TEP that it would propose to continue to own, but is not seeking to expand the amount of DCFCs that SPS would own in this TEP.
I see. You'd prefer to have a separate company deal with the ownership and operation of the public charging infrastructure.
In general, SPS believes that the hybrid approach of partnering with the commission, with the state and federal government, with private investment is the best approach. And Mr. Murphy can get into the details on why that decision was made specifically around the fast charging. But yes, that's correct.
Okay, but in general, this program really depends on the interest of third parties to build infrastructure. So if they're not enticed by the rebate program that you offer, then this amount is not going to be spent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And again, with the distribution, are these amounts that are being proposed, is this something that would not be done otherwise, if not for the EV charger load?
These investments, if they're not selected for the proactive distribution investment through the TEP, would go through SPS's normal cycle of evaluation of investment. So on an annual basis, the feeders are evaluated. If they were selected as needing that investment, then it would go through the budgeting process, and the results would follow through from there.
So it sounds like it's a complicated question then that it sounds like, is it fair to say that you can have multiple reasons for a given distribution investment?
I believe that's correct. Ms. Joel is the expert on how the company evaluates that investment. But I believe that would be an accurate statement.
Okay. And if amounts budgeted are not spent, then obviously the rate rider would need to be adjusted to take that into account.
Absolutely. SPS believes it's important to combine proactive investment in transportation electrification as a whole with customer protections, and would continue to propose to have a reconciliation mechanism so that actual revenues and actual expenses are reconciled and the rate is adjusted.
Okay, and the residential programs that you have listed here, are the rebates included as part of this $600,000 budget over the 3 years?
Yes, that includes the rebates.
Okay, I just remember reading somewhere in your testimony a discussion of a recovery of rebates in a regulatory asset over 10 years.
Yes, SPS is proposing that the rebates be booked to a regulatory asset, that regulatory asset be amortized over a 10-year period.
So why would they not be recovered in a TEP rate rider like the rest of the program expenditures?
SPS would propose that amortization be included in the EV infrastructure rider. But that 10-year amortization allows to make the cost impacts for customers less by not expensing it all in 1 year.
But the overall interest would work out to be higher to the ratepayer. Would you not agree?
I would agree. It's a trade-off between immediate impact to the customer and the cost of financing and the interest rate.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. I believe it's on I may have lost the page here. I remember that in your testimony, you state the TEP revenue requirement for 2025 is 1.6 million. I can't locate that right now, but later on you talk about the program being phased where you'd invest 4.1 in 2025, 8.7 in 2026, and 10.3 in 2028. Do those numbers sound correct?
So the budget for each one of those years is correct. That's on page 23 of my testimony. The revenue requirement, Ms. Niemi testifies to that, and I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm unable to quickly locate it here, but you do have these tables where you talk about the percent increase in rates as a result of the program. And in 2025, the increases were quite small. And I'm wondering if that reflects the 1.6 million revenue requirement, or exactly what it's reflecting.
Miss Mimi and Mr. Trowbridge could testify to that. I don't have that in front of me to speak to, but I would assume, subject to check, that the number you're citing would be based on the revenue requirement that Miss Mimi sponsors.
Okay, and are there what are the administrative costs associated with this proposed program?
I don't have the breakdown of the administrative cost in front of me. Mr. Murphy sponsors the breakdown of the budget, but so I would not want to speak to that incorrectly.
Okay, and the advisory services, could you briefly outline what that does? Is it primarily education and outreach?
At a high level, that would be an accurate summary. It's both. It's residential, education and outreach, and then on the commercial and community education and outreach, I believe SPS is included in the proposal to increase the ride and drive events, the similar events for e-bike programs, so that customers can come and experience that, have hands-on experience. It's also increasing just the personnel within the service territory to try to get out into the communities, and then it's continuing the Fleet Electrification Advisory Program, or FEAP, that assist the commercial customers with looking at transitioning their fleet. Those would be the primary high-level areas included in the advisory services.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just one other thing, the investments you've got labeled under commercial EV infrastructure and distribution. The distribution obviously is going to apply at distribution voltage levels. The EV commercial EV supply infrastructure rebate, is that available only to companies that are taking the service at distribution level voltage?
Mr. Murphy can speak to that in more detail, but in general, SPS's approach in this TEP is a EVSI for all. So we're really trying to expand to all customer groups the access to the EVSI rebates and the programs offered there.
And so even those that may take service at transmission level voltage.
I believe that's correct, but Mr. Murphy could explain that further.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll go ahead and start. Got a few questions for you, sir. One of the big questions that I've had in understanding SPS's program and your testimony is some of your projected numbers of TEP participants in the future, and I've been trying to get a handle on that. And so basically, when I look at page 27, actually not page 27. Well, I know at pages 15, beginning on page 15 and going forward, you're generally describing the customer base for SPS. And at page 15, beginning on line 19, you say the primary population centers served by SPS in New Mexico are Artesia, Carlsbad, Clovis, Hobbs, Portales, Roswell, and Tucumcari. Is that correct, sir? That moves
Yes,
over to on page 16. And on page 16, you have a little chart beginning on line 9. It's a table, JWC-2, and this was the 2013 customer sales mix. And basically in that chart, you're breaking down by customer class, kilowatt hours of sales. Correct, sir?
Just with one clarification, it's 2023.
Yep. Yes, sir.
That is correct.
Okay. So the majority, according to this table, is of 76.5% of is your industrial customer classes, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that's followed by 12.1% of residential, correct?
Correct.
9.9% of commercial, and then that leaves a 0.2 for lighting and 1.3 for municipal and school, right?
That is correct.
So the majority I guess generally with the way that you have structured your program, why haven't you targeted the majority of your plan toward the majority of your customer load?
I believe, Your Honor, SPS's plan is heavily targeted towards the commercial sector of our community, of our customer base. Mr. Murphy can get into the details of all the different programs, but the table that Commissioner Ellison was referring to has the budget listed there, and I believe you'll see in that budget of the 23.1 million, only 0.6 million is actually towards the residential. So we obviously want to support residential adoption. We want to make sure that there's customer choice and programs available for the residential customer. But a significant portion of our transportation electrification plan is targeted at that commercial sector and the electrification of transportation within the commercial sector.
Well, it seems like, so for example, when you're talking about no, and it's already been set forth in your testimony and talked about here today already, the rural nature of SPS's service territory. It just then on page 20, you go on and you're talking about state and national trends for what you call a BEV, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And the majority of these light duty vehicles that you talk about wouldn't be utilized by your highest load group, would they?
I'm not an expert on the fleet, the vehicles that different commercial and industrial customers use for their fleets, but I certainly believe that there's a high usage of those heavy and medium or light and medium duty vehicles in their fleets that they use to conduct their business. Mr. Murphy might have more insight into what makes up their fleets, but I believe most of those customers would have fleets of light and medium duty vehicles.
Well, your testimony on 20 is about new light duty vehicles. I don't think I saw anything on medium duty vehicles, and I sure didn't see anything on large truck or bigger types of vehicles. That's not in there, is it?
That is correct. I did not address the heavy duty vehicles.
And if I look at the it's an attachment to Mr. Murphy's direct testimony. The annual report for last year in August.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're familiar with that?
I've reviewed it. I don't have it all in front of me right now, but I've reviewed the report.
Okay, and this report is what you were talking about earlier about the reconciliation that, just to make the record clear, this is the Transportation Electrification Plan annual report, right?
That is correct.
So, just sort of, eyeballing that, I don't recall that there was any information in there about any other EVs except for the light duty EVs. Do you recall that there was anything else?
I don't recall, Your Honor. I would not expect there to be anything about heavy duty vehicles. That's still more of a forward-looking planning and thinking about that aspect of the transportation electrification, but I don't have the report in front of me to see all the details of what's reported on lighter or medium duty.
Well, again, just looking at your majority of your load now and hearing about planning for the future, it seems like to me that SPS would have wanted to include something like that. Don't you think?
I do believe in future TEPs that heavy duty vehicles and the way that we're serving those will be incorporated into that. Mr. Murphy could speak more to how SPS and Xcel Energy and our other jurisdictions is thinking about the addition of heavy duty vehicles, but I don't have that information in front of me. But I would expect it to be part of future TEPs.
And then you just filed another one of these transportation electrification plan annual reports last week. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe we filed it on August 1st.
Okay. So I'm just looking. Section 1 is the introduction and background on both of those plans. And it's on page 3 of the August 1st, 2023 plan, and it's on page 2 on the August 1st, 2024 plan. So basically what I was looking at here is it says in the 2023 plan, SPS currently estimates there are 345 EVs and 13 public charging stations that include level 2 and direct current fast chargers in its New Mexico service territory. And then for the 2024 August filing, it's now 490 EVs, 18 public charging stations. Does that seem about right to you, sir?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so basically we went up about 150.
That sounds correct.
It's round number. We went from 345 to 490 in a year. But yet SPS is predicting much more than that in the next 5-year period, isn't it, Mr. Cunningham?
Again, Mr. Murphy speaks to the actual details of the forecast, but yes, SPS is projecting that the EV adoption rate will increase. I think we're on the front edge of some of the market trends changing as far as the diversification of the types of vehicles that customers can choose from. The amount of charging stations increasing obviously reduces range anxiety, and that makes the vehicles more appealing. You have the federal incentives that came from the Biden-Harris administration. So there's a variety of things that I believe are beginning to influence the market that would increase the EV adoption rate.
And I believe in your testimony, you're saying that part of the information that you rely upon in your plan and in your projections comes from other Excel companies. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, we do take the gleanings that we have from other operating companies and other service territories, and the programs that they've implemented and the things that they've learned about customer trends, and try to learn from that with what we propose in New Mexico.
What makes you think that any of your other Excel jurisdictions are an appropriate comparison to the service territory that you have in New Mexico?
There's certainly different service territories, but there's opportunities to learn from customer feedback, from industry feedback, and Mr. Murphy can speak to that in more depth. That really gets into his expertise on how the plan is developed and designed. But certainly have to recognize that they are different service territories, but have gleanings that we can get together regardless.
Seems like a stretch, Mr. Cunningham, going from 400 to 6,000 or whatever the projection was.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Well, I think anytime you're in the early adoption phase of new technology, it's somewhat that nature. I'm sure if we went back to the early days of the iPhone, nobody would have imagined that we'd all be carrying around computers in our pockets at that point in time too. We are in the early phases of this adoption cycle, right? And so it is hard, and I believe that's why SPS is so adamant about we need to be proactive with trying to meet the goals of the state of New Mexico to expand electricity as a transportation fuel, but that absolutely has to be paired with customer protections and those guardrails and how we do the cost recovery from customers as well. We don't want to leave behind our service territory by not proactively pursuing transportation as electricity as a transportation fuel. And that's what SPS is trying to do in this, is to promote that and pursue that within our service territory.
Well, were you part of the last transportation electrification program?
I was not part of that filing.
Because I'm wondering who came up with that commercial offering that that had the limitations that it did, about having to be the commercial operations having to all be public facing, and they didn't seem to make room for any fleet or privately owned charging facilities.
Your Honor, I wasn't part of that one, so I don't know who developed that, but I do believe SPS is trying to make those necessary changes with this proposal, and remove some of those limitations.
Well, I didn't do SPS's case. I did P&M's case, and I can tell you from what I can recall, in that TEP is that there is definitely more variety in all of the public charging station / commercial. We're not didn't have all the same requirements. If someone wanted to provide, didn't have to have 24-hour access for like fleet. And we even had something about trying to figure out how the city municipal bus service could get into that plan. So I don't know if there's bus service in the areas you serve, but you might want to think about that one too. But no, I'm just trying to get an idea here. Again, I just keep coming back to your table and in your testimony. 86% of retail sales are industrial and commercial, and 70% of jurisdictional sales are oil and gas. And I guess we can hear from the large customer and Occidental witnesses about whether any of these offerings are particularly interesting to them. But it seems like to me that perhaps would be whose input you might want to find out what to serve their needs with electrification, transportation.
Yes, I believe, Your Honor, that Mr. Murphy can also speak to a lot of outreach that the internal team has done with our commercial customers. I do believe that they've received feedback about those limitations that you were speaking of, and the desire to eliminate some of those limitations so that we can serve more customers with transportation electrification. And Mr. Murphy, I believe, testifies to that.
And you actually refer to Mr. Murphy on page 24 of your direct testimony. When you're talking about the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure, or NEVI, capital N, capital E, capital V, capital I, and the funding of $11.9 million being awarded to support projects along I-25, I-40, and I-10. That's correct?
That is correct.
And then you go on to say at line 12 on page 24, 3 public entities in New Mexico have also been awarded funding from the Federal Charging Fueling Infrastructure Grant Program to support projects along I-10 in the community of Lordsburg and Vado, as well as in Santa Fe County and the town of Taos, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Was SPS one of the 3 public entities that got awarded funding?
Those territories are not an SPS's service territory.
And as a matter of fact, only a small portion of the interstates that you reference include those 3 interstates, don't they?
SPS serves a portion of I-40 in and around Tucumcari. And then obviously into the Texas service territory, but in New Mexico, that portion.
Well, my point is, you're talking about this NEVI money being awarded. Is it going to benefit SPS's service territory directly by being included? Those projects that are going to be built on those interstates?
I believe Mr. Murphy could speak more to how the NEVI funding will impact SPS, but in general, this is pointing to the state of New Mexico and the federal government being supportive of expanding transportation electrification, but the fact that SPS and SPS's service territory is going to have that partnership, that hybrid approach between private investment, the utilities, and then that state and federal funding to make it accessible within our service territory as well.
See, and that's the thing about including other people's testimony in yours. People are going to ask you questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we're going from the TEP budget that was awarded in 2020 of $3.2 million to 23.1 in the request for the 3 years, correct?
That is correct.
So it's an increase of almost $20 million.
That is correct.
And as I believe you indicated to Commissioner Ellison, you've also asked to include, or I should say continue, the commission approved process of the 10-year regulatory asset and amortization of rebates, correct?
That is correct.
Just want to look at your rebuttal testimony, Mr. Cunningham, and on page 11, you're answering the question posed at line 6. Do you agree with the positions taken by Mr. Higgins and Ms. Lane? You begin your answer on line 7. No. Utility ownership of commercial, capital E, capital V, capital S, capital I, is a necessary aspect to support a developing EV market in Southeast New Mexico. That's your testimony?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Necessary aspect according to who?
I believe it's according to SPS's evaluation of our market. We believe that it's necessary to have a hybrid approach. In our first TEP, commercial EVSI was limited to SPS ownership. And so in this TEP, we're expanding that so that we can engage private investment and really work in a public-private partnership, between the state goals, the federal goals and incentives that are out there, and then working to give customers the choice between whether or not they utilize the SPS owned EVSI or they utilize the rebate and do the commercial EVSI through that approach.
And no, I just I mean, I'm just trying to find out who, since it wasn't offered the first time, who decided it was important now?
I
I
believe
mean,
that's
is
our,
it based on experience, I mean, I mean, I know in reading the testimony, there's testimony, I believe, from the SPS witness, and it's probably Mr. Murphy that, said that there were all these contacts made, or inquiries made, for potential service, but I think there was a line that said that, because of the restrictions, that the program wasn't subscribed to. Is that right?
you're correct. It's Mr. Murphy's testimony that goes into that more, but it is feedback from customers. It's analysis of the market. It's learnings from the other jurisdictions. All of those things factor in, as well as learnings from the industry as a whole. But Mr. Murphy is the one that really testifies to the feedback that we've received, and was in the decision made internally that it was necessary to expand how we're offering EVSI to customers in order to reach more customers and expand the commercial EVSI.
Do you know whether or not PNM or EPE has a utility owned similar program?
Sitting here right now, Your Honor, I do not know that information.
Okay. Well, and you say on the next page, when you're answering the question, is utility ownership of commercial EVSI, this is at page 11, line 13, necessary to create stability in the expansion of SPS's service territory, and you begin your answer on line 15, and you say yes, and you continue on page 12. And then at line 10, you say, only through continued utility ownership of EV charging infrastructure where private investment is not occurring can the commission ensure New Mexico's transportation and electrification goals are met. That's your testimony?
That is correct.
Is there any credence given to the thought, Mr. Cunningham, that because of the low take rates on the programs, that maybe it isn't about what you're offering, but it's about that your service, that the businesses and the people in your service territory aren't interested in participating in the electrification transportation program?
So to the question of interest from the customer base, that's one of the spots that SPS finds itself in, because the statute and the rule require transportation electrification plans for the expansion of transportation electrification. It doesn't, hypothetically, if SPS determined that we had reached the level of customer interest, I think there would have to be some type of finding from the commission that we were not required to continue to pursue expansion of transportation electrification. So SPS believes that it's not so much customer interest, rather that it's customer knowledge. And that's the reason why there's a deliberate effort to invest in the advisory services, because we are aiming to meet the goals of the statute, which is the expansion of transportation electrification.
Well, in response to your opinion on Mr. Higgins and Ms. Lane's recommendations, you continue on page 16 at line 1, shifting SPS ownership of EVSI to solely private investment could negatively impact the economy of Southeast New Mexico. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Well, how do you figure that?
I believe there's a few things here that are discussed in my testimony. One of those is that SPS and Xcel Energy as a whole have a commitment to local companies, local providers, underserved businesses, things of that sort. And so there would definitely be a commitment from SPS to utilize those local companies to do that investment in the service territory. There's no guarantee with private investment whether or not that would engage local businesses and things of that sort. But there's also the larger impact of there are parts of SPS's service territory and parts of a lot of utility service territory where it's underserved communities that economically the private investment might not happen in those communities to expand transportation electrification, but there's certainly benefits to those populations of having access to electricity as a transportation fuel, and it's beneficial to the economy for them to have that. So if you remove that investment from those communities, it's going to hurt the economy of Southeast New Mexico. Then the final aspect is also the transportation sector that is not the citizens of New Mexico, and making sure that that's available so that if customers are traveling through, for instance, coming into Roswell to see the museums and things that are in Roswell, they need to be assured that they have access to electricity as a transportation fuel if they're traveling through the service territory, and have those things there, those economic benefits.
Did you do any quantification of to support how much you think it's going to negatively impact?
Sorry, Your Honor, but you froze on my end. Could you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. Did you do any quantification of this negative impact that you're claiming on page 16?
No, Your Honor, I do not have.
Okay. And I just want to clarify for the record, which seems evident, but still, the commercial EVSI offering that SPS is proposing, you tout that SPS would be able to offer rebates?
The commercial EVSI now has two options: the SPS ownership of the commercial EVSI or the rebate for the commercial EVSI.
SPS can't claim a rebate on its own infrastructure, can it?
No, Your Honor, we would not be claiming a rebate on our own.
I wanted to ask you a bit about your rebuttal testimony on page 21. And this is related to the proactive distribution investment topic. And
Yes,
you are answering a question posed on page 20. Why is SPS asking the commission to find proactive distribution investment and cost recovery of the investment prudent in this TEP? You begin your answer on that page, you continue on to page 21, and I'm interested in your sentence on line 4 of 21. The impacts of vehicle charging on the distribution system are so pronounced that they present the potential to completely overwhelm the distribution system if adequate planning, investment, and construction does not occur prior to the increased load. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
So, and that particular sentence is footnoted, isn't it, Mr. Cunningham?
Yes, it is.
And the footnote refers to an article or paper called Charging Ahead, Grid Planning for Vehicle Electrification, Energy Systems Integration Group, January of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
So that's what that group thinks, right?
That is correct.
Why is it that you agree with them?
A lot of speaking for me, but as a company, Mr. Joel can speak to how we're factoring in EV load into planning for the distribution system. But in general, EV load comes onto the system much faster than other forms of load, or has the potential to come onto the system much faster than if you
How
were.
is that?
Let's take, for instance, if you any individual in a hypothetical situation, they decide that they're going to purchase an electric vehicle. They do the planning and the preparation. Maybe they go ahead and purchase their charger ahead of time. And this is just speaking from a residential. We could talk about commercial aspects as well. And again, but staying with the hypothetical, you make the necessary upgrades. You install the charger in your home. You go out, you purchase the vehicle, you drive it home, and that load is added to the distribution system day of, as soon as you plug it in for the first time. In contrast, if you were adding a home, there would be considerable more time on the construction project, on the runway to add that load. The utility would be engaged multiple times in that process as plans were implemented to add that, and the infrastructure, add that house, and the infrastructure was done. And so you have what would be a year or 18-month process to build a new house and multiple engagements with the utility, versus you could go out and purchase the EV and bring it home and plug it in, and you immediately add the load to the system. Very different aspect. Again, Ms. Scholl can speak to how we consider that as a company into planning for the distribution system. But in general, EV load can come on much faster than traditional load.
Well, if your annual report of the number of EVs from one year to the next, that it's only increased 150, I mean, you think all of a sudden like 1,000 people are going to go buy EVs on the same day and want to plug them in?
I don't know, Your Honor, that it would be 1,000 on the same day, but there could be substantial impacts from the EV load coming on faster.
Well, I happened to look at that report over the weekend, and they like to repeat things a lot in the introduction, in the executive summary, and then in the body of the document. So they actually use the word overwhelmed 9 times. And I never did figure out exactly what it meant, but for our purposes, what SPS thinks it means is what's important in this case. Okay. So I started out with trying to figure this out because I was looking at this and I referenced page 27, and I was correct that it is page 27. that I wanted to ask you about, and I asked you a little bit earlier, just generally, but you're answering the question on page 27 of your rebuttal testimony posed at line 10. How does SPS respond to interveners' critiques regarding the size of the 2025 through 2027 TEP and its associated budgets? And you're answering that beginning at line 12. And what I'm interested in right now is line 13. You say that the 2025 through 2027 TEP is informed by learnings from implementation of SPS's initial TEP along with TEP offerings across the Xcel Energy Service territories. So that's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
And I think you answered a little bit, but I want to get a little more specific to ask you. If there's in looking at some information on Xcel has 8 different states that it provides service, right?
In parts of 8 different states, yes.
Okay. And do you know which of those 8 different jurisdictions that SPS found information helpful from?
I would assume from primarily Colorado and Minnesota, but Mr. Murphy could speak to the details of what was gleaned from different jurisdictions.
Okay. Again, in your testimony, so I just kind of generally looked at the 8 different Xcel states, and generally, you can go on the internet and find out area size, population, and then they do a density calculation, which is how many people per square mile. And of those 8 states, 5 of them have densities over 50 people per square mile. And that's Minnesota, Colorado, Texas, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So really the only ones that I thought came close to a density number were North and South Dakota. New Mexico has a 17.2 population per square mile, and South Dakota has 11.5, and North Dakota has 10.73. So lower than the over 50 people. But yet those particular states also only have half of the population. And while New Mexico is 5th in square miles of area, North Dakota is 19 and South Dakota is 17. So they both have around a little over 70,000 square acres, where New Mexico has 121,000 square acres. So again, trying to put in perspective what kind of area and what kind of population that Xcel would be, the Xcel information you'd be relying. Do you know whether or not information from South Dakota or North Dakota transportation electrification programs was included, Mr. Cunningham?
I don't know that information.
Do you know whether or not North or South Dakota even have transportation electrification programs?
I do not know that sitting here today.
Okay. Do you know of the 19... do you know of how much of the $3.1 million across the 3-year plan, the inaugural TEP, I'm sorry, it was 3.7 million. Do you know how much was actually spent?
I don't have that information in front of me. Sure, we can supply that information, but I don't have it in front of me.
You think Miss Niemi is going to know?
I believe she might. I believe she's probably listening. So I would note though that SPS is still in the last year of the prior TEP though. So those numbers for the total spend for that total budget wouldn't be final.
Okay. We can move on to page 28 of your rebuttal. You're answering the question posed at line 11. Why is expansion of SPS's TEP appropriate? And I'm interested in what begins on line 14. While implementing the initial TEP, SPS engaged with its customers to more fully understand barriers to participation. That's your testimony, sir?
That is correct.
Can you tell me who, where, and when SPS engaged with these customers, and a little more information than's provided there?
I don't have a list, Your Honor, of specific locations and people, but I can identify some of the things. For instance, at SP or Xcel Energy personnel has worked with some of the school districts in our service territory that were interested in electrifying their bus fleets, and learned from them information about what was necessary to do the charging and the EVSI for them. Mr. Murphy has testified, and I'm sure he will whenever he's on the stand, that we've spoken with numerous commercial customers that the limitations that you spoke of earlier, as far as the 24/7 public access, the different things there, were limitations on engagement and enrollment in the commercial EVSI. We also considered information around the amount of enrollment in different programs, and talked to customers at different events. We have a engagement with our dealership. We have the dealership network, and so gathering feedback from our dealerships. There's a variety of avenues and resources where we've gathered information.
Is that an automobile dealership?
That's correct.
Continuing on, you're continuing on with that answer, and then on page 29, line 3, you say the proposed budgets in the 2025 through 2027 TEP are up to amounts, and that actual spend will reflect market demand. That's your testimony?
It is, Your Honor.
Do you also track the demand by customer location?
I'm not sure I'm following your question, Your Honor.
Well, I think you had indicated in your other testimony that there were certain population centers.
Certainly.
And I just wonder if, I know you're going to be able to track increases in load, right?
Correct.
Well, are you also going to be able, or do you track, for example, increase in customer participation by the location? So if all of a sudden you have 100 people in Roswell that that go by the electric pickup truck, Are you going to be able to, to keep track of, oh, I mean, as far as planning purposes, et cetera?
Mr. Murphy could probably speak to the depth of what we're able to track by location. I can tell you that if it's SPS owned EVSI, and if it's public fast chargers, we're able to really provide that data at a more granular level. Whenever it comes to, a customer goes out and buys an EV and doesn't enroll in the programs and different things of that sort, I'm not sure the granularity of the data we could collect, but obviously talking to the automobile dealers and things of that sort, we could track increases in sales, but Mr. Murphy could get into the more depth of that discussion.
On page 38 of your rebuttal testimony, you're answering the question about a recommendation from Ms. Lane about the regulatory asset. And you provided testimony beginning at line 4. And then you're discussing the amortization of the regulatory asset over 10 years, beginning on line 10, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Do any of the other Excel jurisdictions use the same treatment of regulatory asset and 10-year amortization for rebates?
Your Honor, I don't have that information in front of me, and I don't want to misspeak here, but we can provide that information.
Ms. Hardy, consider that a bench request, please. Mr. Cunningham, with regard to your rebuttal exhibit 1, summary of issues, page 1. And I guess 1 on you have supports with modifications, and you have takes no position. With anything that SPS has agreed to, have any potential budget impacts been included and modified in any of the other witnesses' testimony?
Your Honor, I don't believe there's any impacts to the budget with anything
Okay.
that SPS agreed to.
Okay.
Some of the recommendations were things that SPS was already proposing, and some of them were corrections, but it doesn't impact the budget.
So any of the other supports with modifications, those would be accomplished by reallocations in the proposed budget?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe some of those would definitely require either adjusting the budget or adjusting funds within programs, between programs.
Okay, so then you think there could be an adjustment to your budget?
That would be one way that it could happen. If depending on how the determination was, Mr. Murphy could speak to that more, but I believe we would propose more a shifting within the budget rather than increasing the budget.
Okay. I thank you, sir. That's all the questions that I have for you. Hearing Examiner Kreenkamp, do you have any questions at this time? Would you like to wait till after lunch?
I do have questions. I don't know how long they'll take me. We could wait until after lunch.
Why don't we
I'll-
do that then, if that's all right with you, sir?
Mhm.
So,
I'm fine with that.
okay, great. Yeah, I don't want to stretch people too long here. It's almost 1 o'clock. Let's come back at 2 o'clock and hearing Examiner Kreenkamp will ask his questions at that time. And please remember that the YouTube feed will still be on during lunch and please act accordingly. We're recessed until 2 o'clock. Okay, do we have anything procedural we need to discuss before we go back on the record? I'm not hearing that we do. All right, Mr. Lee, if you are ready, sir, we can
Yes,
go
ma'am.
back. Thank you. We can go back on the record. And I believe that hearing examiner Camp has some questions for you, Mr. Cunningham.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Cunningham.
Good afternoon.
Most of my questions I think you've already answered, but I did want to follow up with you on just a couple of items that came up this morning. I think my first question relates to a series of questions that you were asked by Ms. Barrett from the DOJ related to SPS's incentives and earning a return on the rebates within a regulatory asset. Do you remember that series of questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
What I recall you saying, and I checked this in the real-time transcript that I have available, you said several times, you explained that it was necessary or it was important that SPS be able to earn a return because it represented, and I'm quoting, the cost of financing. I'm assuming you remember that as well?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain a little bit of that? At one point, you stated that this was not earning a return to shareholders, it was the cost of financing. Can you explain why that is and just explain to me how that works?
Sure. Just at a high level, for SPS to be able to fund these rebates to private investors or to customers for the commercial EVSI or other rebates, it's similar to making a capital investment in the fact that there has to be an outlay of funds. For SPS to be able to provide those funds, they have to be there's financing cost that goes along with those funds that would be outlaid for that rebate.
Okay, and if you're not allowed to earn a return like that, then that would mean that that SPS would have to absorb those costs of financing. Is that right?
That's correct. We would be required to make the rebate, but not be able to cover the cost of financing.
Now, I guess my question then is, if when we say that we're going to be earning a return on the rebates and that represents the cost of financing, where does the incentive to SPS come in if essentially this is just recouping your costs?
Well, the incentive is not necessarily through earning that or recovering that cost of financing. SPS is bound by the statute and the rule to invest in this infrastructure to advance the expansion of transportation electrification. So it's not a matter of SPS investing in this way because it's incentivized to do so. It's a matter of compliance with the requirements with the state policy, and then covering the cost of doing that business. There is a potential for increased sales. Those may or may not materialize. There's no guarantee of that. So there's no guarantee that incentive would materialize, but it's compliance with the requirements of the statute and the rule.
So again, I'm still confused. Where does the incentive kick in? Is it increased sales? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that there's not necessarily an incentive for the utility. There could be, right? There could be increased sales. There could be load growth in that sense. But this is not a matter of the utility investing in this infrastructure for the purpose of being incentivized or because we're incentivized. It's compliance with the requirements of the statute and rule that say that utilities are required to file a transportation electrification plan to expand electricity as a transportation fuel in New Mexico.
All right, and I don't say this to argue with you, but my recollection of your testimony and your rebuttal testimony was that it was necessary to do this to allow SPS to earn a return on this in order to incentivize the company to offer these rebates. Is that not what you had testified in your rebuttal testimony?
I'd have to look at the particular language, but certainly the reverse of that, not allowing the utility to earn the cost of financing would be a disincentive, and would cause us to reevaluate how we go about complying with the statute and the level of investment. Certainly, there's the incentive if the utility has the ability to recover the cost of financing. There's certainly the support for increasing the investment that you're doing.
Okay. All right. Well, another question you were asked, a subject you were asked about by a number of the parties was this issue of these proactive distribution investments. And I thought I heard you refer to the process of these investments going through, let's say, a rate case as involving some sort of a discretionary investment review process. Is that right? Do you remember using the word discretionary?
So internally to SPS, as part of the budget process, there are projects and they're evaluated at a level, and Ms. Joel could speak to this more, between discretionary and non-discretionary projects. There is that process internally.
Okay. Well, regardless of what label we put on it, whether it was discretionary or just submitting these investments for review through a rate case, my question is, I heard you testify this morning that allowing these proactive investments through this TEP was important in order to make these investments, quote unquote, on a timely basis. And that stood out to me just a little bit. Can you explain why you have to go through this TEP in order to make these investments on a timely basis, and why you can't just do it through a rate case?
Certainly. So the feeder upgrades that we're referring to specifically, as part of the distribution investment here in the larger bucket, the proactive nature of those is being able to target that investment for transportation electrification, to support transportation electrification. Those same feeders may eventually be identified for an upgrade, but they would go through the process with all the rest of the distribution upgrades. And so there could be delays in that investment if it went through the normal process of being evaluated as discretionary investment versus if it's in a TEP and it's targeted investment to support transportation electrification.
Okay. And then my last question, you were asked this by both Mr. McMillan and Ms. Barrett. You were asked about your testimony that SPS is projecting that EV load is eventually going to put, and the phrase I think you used is downward pressure on rates. You were asked that this morning. That downward pressure would occur as the EV load materializes. As you also spoke about with Ms. Hurst, hearing examiner Hurst this morning, Mr. Murphy's testimony is projecting that in SPS's service territory, there's going to be approximately 3,000 light-duty EVs in its service territory by 2027, 10,000 EVs by 2030. Are these the figures that you're relying on in order to project that downward pressure on rates? Those same projections as far as EV adoption?
My statements are not based on particular numbers within that, but the growing EV adoption. For instance, when I was discussing it with hearing examiner Hurst, she mentioned that there's been 150 new vehicles adopted within the last year, which percentage-wise for SPS's service territory is actually a really large increase in the number of electric vehicles. So with that trend and the increased load, the increased sales that you have as a result of that, plus just the general expansion of transportation electrification, maybe of customers not even that are native to New Mexico or SPS customers, but they're traveling through the service territory, that all generates the revenue that could eventually put the downward pressure on rates. But again, as we've talked about with so many things, all of this is subject to the load materializing, and that's why SPS believes in the proactive approach, but also the customer protections and the guardrails.
And if that load doesn't materialize over the course of the TEP, then that downward pressure would not exist, or at least it would be lessened. Is that right?
It would be lessened, but it would also lessen the size of the revenue requirement for the TEP, and therefore the impact on rates from that perspective.
Okay. Now, I guess one last question. In response again to questions from Ms. Barrett, you had responded by saying that the proactive distribution upgrades wouldn't be based on the overall adoption rate, I'm assuming of EVs in the state, but it would be based on the load being added to a particular feeder. Do you recall testifying that? So is SPS, I mean, would you be projecting not just the rate of EV adoption, but I guess the locations where that EV adoption would be taking place? Is that what you're saying?
At a high level, that's correct. Ms. Joel, again, can speak to how we do that analysis of the feeders and how we select the ones that need those upgrades. That gets into the technical details that she's the expert on. But it's a matter of where that load is coming on, that individual. So maybe it's two DCFC chargers that are being added at a convenience store. So we would be analyzing where that's coming on and the feeder upgrade that needed to happen there, not looking at the 0.4% and whether that was going up to 0.7%. It's more targeted investment than that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's all the questions I had. Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Greencamp. Ms. Hardy, do you have any redirect for your witness?
Just a couple, Madam Examiner.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Cunningham, I would like to ask you about page 23 of your rebuttal, and specifically lines 5 through 8. Can you hear me okay?
It's a little quiet, but I can hear you okay. Just trying to get to the page.
Okay.
Okay, page 23.
Right, lines 5 through 8.
Yes.
And Ms. Barrett had asked you some questions about the EV adoption rate being slow in SPS's service territory and how that impacts this cost recovery for these infrastructure costs. And can you explain what you meant by the sentences that you have there on page 23, line 5 through 8?
Yes, that's similar to the conversation I was just having with the hearing examiner, but this is about targeted investment and the way individual load comes onto the system, not about the overall adoption rate within SPS. Whenever you're thinking about a feeder upgrade, you're thinking about the actual load that's being added to that particular feeder.
Thank you. And Mr. Cunningham, Hearing Examiner Hurst had asked you some questions about the chart on page 16 of your direct testimony.
Yes.
Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And first, is this chart referring to the percentages of SPS's customers, or is it percentages of sales?
It's referring to, it's demonstrating the percentage of sales rather than customer count.
And are SPS's LGST customers eligible for the proposed charging infrastructure rebate?
Yes, when it comes to the rebate for commercial EVSI, customers at all rate classes are eligible to receive that rebate.
So if SPS's large commercial and industrial customers wanted to install chargers for their fleets, they could utilize those proposed rebates. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Mr. Cunningham, with response to your question about your table on page 16 being the percentages representing sales, do you know how that translates into your customer class breakdown?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, Your Honor, when it comes to that 76.5%, that's the industrial, so the primary general and the large general classes. The primary general, I couldn't speak to the number of customers. Mr. Trowbridge might know that specific number, but on the LGST, even though it's a significant percentage of the sales, it's actually a relatively small number of individual customers. They just have really high load factors and usage, so it makes up a large percentage of the sales.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will go back through briefly. Mr. McMillan, do you have any questions based upon the commissioners, hearing examiner Krankamp, Ms. Hardy's redirect, or my questions?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. How about you, Mr. DeSalen? Same question. Any redirect?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rushoff, anything further from you with regard to the commissioners, the hearing examiners, or the redirect?
No questions, thank you.
Very well. Ms. Barrett, any further questions from you?
No further questions, hearing examiner. Thank you.
Very well. And Mr. Rossi, anything further?
No recross.
From
Thank you.
And then basically then the ones that didn't ask any cross-examination, Mr. Yar, Mr. Dunbar, any questions based on the hearing examiner, the commissioner, or redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Ms. Lynch, same question, any cross-examination or recross based upon the commissioner, the hearing examiners, or Ms. Hardy's redirect?
Not at this time, hearing examiner.
All right, very well. Thank you. Thank you for your time, Mr. Cunningham. And you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Hardy, you have another witness.
We do, Madam Examiner. SPS's next witness is Patrick J. Murphy.
Okay.
And he is going to switch places with Mr. Cunningham.
Okay,
Should
very
be there
well.
momentarily.
All right. And I believe that the first, well, yes. I don't believe, Mr. McMillan, that you reserved any time. Did any of Mr. Cunningham's questions from you get redirected to Mr. Murphy?
My apologies, Your Honor. No questions for Mr. Murphy.
Okay, so nothing got redirected then. So our first,
it was all to Ms. Joel.
okay, very well. So our first cross-examination then would be from you, Mr. DeSalen, when we get Mr. Murphy. And I believe that you've reserved 15 minutes, sir?
That's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner.
There you are, Mr. Murphy. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee, could you please swear in Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Hardy?
Mr. Murphy, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Patrick Joseph Murphy.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Services as a program and policy manager.
Mr. Murphy, do you have in front of you a document marked as SPS Exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify that document?
That is my direct testimony.
And was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
And if you were asked the questions today, would they still be true and correct?
Yes, I would.
And Mr. Murphy, there are attachments to your direct testimony, is that correct?
That is correct.
And were those attachments also prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, they were.
Madam Examiner, I would move the admission of SPS Exhibit 5.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 5, Mr. Murphy's direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objections. SPS Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Hardy?
Mr. Murphy, do you have a document in front of you that is marked as SPS Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What is that document, please?
That is my rebuttal testimony.
And was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
If you were asked the questions in your rebuttal testimony today, would they still be true and correct?
Yes, they would.
And are there any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
No, there are not.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 6.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 6, Mr. Murphy's rebuttal testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS 6 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Murphy is available for cross-examination.
Very well. Mr. DeSalen, you have reserved 15 minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy.
Good afternoon.
My name is Charles DeSalen, and I represent Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. And all of my questions are going to refer to your rebuttal testimony, which is SPS Exhibit 6, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so I want to begin by asking you about managed charging programs. Now, Southwestern Public Service proposes two programs, as I understand it, a passively managed program called Own Your Charge and an actively managed program called Charging Perks. Is that correct?
The passive managed charging program is called Optimize Your Charge, but yes, those are correct.
Right, okay. I knew I got that wrong. And then the annual incentive levels for these two programs, at least as originally proposed in the application, was $50 for each program. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and on page 18 of your rebuttal testimony, beginning at line 8, you mentioned that the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy has proposed changing the incentive amounts to $35 for the Optimize Your Charge program and $70 for the Charging Perks program. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and then you state, beginning on line 15, that SPS is open to modifying its incentive levels. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and I just want to clarify here, Mr. Murphy, does that mean that Southwestern Public Service is now supporting and recommends that the commission approve the $35 and the $70 annual incentive levels?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Then my next few questions are about are about electric vehicles purchase rebates. Now, Southwestern Public Service did not propose any electric vehicle or EV purchase rebates in its application. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay, and I assume that you're aware that both Public Service Company of New Mexico and El Paso Electric Company have EV purchase rebates for low-income customers in their most recently approved transportation electrification plans.
I am generally aware of that. I don't know the exact details of those programs.
Yeah, that's fine. If we could move on to page 19 of your rebuttal testimony, and on line 6, you state that both Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy and Prosperity Works have proposed EV purchase rebates for low-income customers in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then on the next page, that's page 20, at lines 2 through 4, you state that SPS does not necessarily oppose the idea and will continue to evaluate it in the future. Do you see that?
I do see that. Yes.
Okay, and to me, that's not a very definitive statement. So again, I want to try to get some clarification here. Are you saying that SPS does not oppose an EV purchase rebate program for low-income customers in its transportation electrification plan for 2025 through 2027?
No, what I'm saying is if you go back to lines 13 and 14 on page 19 is to be clear that SPS has not budgeted any dollars towards such an offering, and we have not proposed such an offering. So any offering such as an EV purchase and lease rebate would be incremental budget to what has already been proposed. That said, we do not necessarily oppose the idea of an EV purchase and lease rebate, but we have, for this TEP, we focused our efforts on getting the infrastructure built out in our service territory to provide confidence to our customers that as they consider moving to electrified transportation, they will have the infrastructure there to meet their needs. So while we're not opposed to an EV purchase and lease rebate, we have not proposed one, but we are willing to continue to explore and potentially bring one forward in a future filing.
Okay, I guess, and I want to get into the budget in a second, but I guess what I'm having trouble with is when you use the word necessarily, we do not necessarily oppose. That suggests to me that at least under some circumstances you would oppose it.
Not in the instance for our low income customers, but maybe, but we also have not proposed such an offering. So we don't know what one would look like. And so, it's hard to say that we can support or oppose something having not brought forward a proposal.
Okay. Then let me ask you about the budget. I mean, you do say that you would offer such rebates if you were directed to by the commission, and that's further down on line 6. Has SPS considered how it would work an EV rebate program into its transportation electrification budget?
No, we have not. As I stated before, we have not budgeted any dollars towards that. However, in the instance that the commission does order us to do so, that would be additional dollars that would be budgeted towards the, incremental dollars towards the budget that we've proposed that would have to go towards these EV purchase and lease rebates, and we would comply with those orders.
Right. Okay. Okay. Let's move on then. The next thing I want to ask you about is the concept of e-bike purchase rebates. And again, Southwestern Public Service has not proposed any e-bike purchase rebates in its application. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have committed to incorporating, e-bikes and e-bike information into our outreach and engagement efforts in this TEP to learn more about customers' interests and whether such an offering would be suitable for our SPS service territory.
Okay. And then on page 20, line 12, and this is again your rebuttal testimony, you mentioned that both Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy and Prosperity Works have proposed an e-bike purchase rebate. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then I believe you state that SPS opposes an e-bike rebate program. Because on page 21 of your rebuttal testimony, line 18, you state that SPS does not believe it is cost effective to offer an e-bike rebate at this time. So I take that as an opposition. Is that correct?
I think that I do not read opposition in there. I said that we are willing to continue to explore the idea with our customers and more fully understand their needs and potentially bring forward an offering in a future filing. However, we do not know if such an offering would suit our customers' needs at this time, given the rural nature of our territory. And so we think it would be more prudent to understand our customers' needs before bringing forward such an offering.
Okay. But at least for purposes of this transportation electrification plan that we're discussing today, I read that as an opposition.
Well, we did
Am I
not.
wrong?
Well, we did not propose an e-bike program in either our direct case nor in rebuttal in response to interveners' proposals.
Okay. Now you offer two reasons for not agreeing to or not proposing an e-bike rebate program on page 21, looking at lines 7 through 10. And the first reason is the rural nature of SPS's service territory. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, SPS's service territory, covers the city of Roswell, New Mexico, correct?
That is correct.
And I believe Mr. Cunningham stated that Roswell has a population of 48,000 people. Is that correct?
Subject to check, yes.
Yeah, okay. And we don't have to go there. For the record, it's in his direct testimony at pages 17 through 18. But that's already in the record. Is it your understanding that the city of Roswell is the 5th largest city in New Mexico?
I'll have to believe you on that. I don't know actually the populations of all the cities in New Mexico sitting here right now.
Okay. That was a kind of tough question, wasn't it? So the SPS service territory also covers the city of Clovis, New Mexico.
Correct.
And the population of Clovis, according to Mr. Cunningham, is 38,000 people.
That sounds accurate, yes.
Okay. And SPS's territory also covers the city of Carlsbad, New Mexico.
That is correct.
And it covers the city of Artesia.
Correct.
And the city of Hobbs.
Correct.
And the city of Portales.
That is correct.
And the city of Tucumcari.
That is correct.
So SPS's territory is not entirely rural, is it?
It's not entirely rural, but there are long distances, and I state this in my testimony, there are long distances between these cities, and we don't know the existing biking infrastructure that exists at this point. And again, I will say that SPS supports e-bikes, but at this time, we do not have enough information to support a proposal to bring forward in this TEP because we just don't understand our customers' interests or desire to have such an offering.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about the second reason that you give, and you just alluded to it, which is the lack of biking infrastructure. And I want to understand what you mean by biking infrastructure. Are you talking about bike lanes and bicycle paths?
Yeah, that being able to safely travel between cities and different locations. Yes.
Okay. But a bicycle can ride on, other than some limited access highways like interstates, bicycle can ride on any road that a car can. Isn't that correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And e-bikes do not need any special chargers, do they?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
So they just plug into a regular 110 volt wall socket, right?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. And you can even, my understanding is that you can even charge an e-bike at an EV, an electric vehicle charging station if you have an adapter. Is that correct?
Um, that sounds accurate. Yes.
Okay. And do you know the approximate range? And obviously there are a lot of variables involved here, but the approximate range of a fully charged e-bike?
I do not.
Okay, my understanding is that it is about 40 to 100 miles. Does that sound right?
I really can't speak to that. I do not own an e-bike, so I can't say that I have that information.
Okay. But would you agree that an e-bike would be a reasonable way to get around a smaller, medium-sized city such as Roswell or Clovis or Carlsbad?
I think it would be highly dependent on individuals' needs.
Okay. Finally, Mr. Murphy, I have a couple of questions that relate to emission of air pollutants that Mr. Cunningham was unable to answer and kind of deferred to you. So first of all, in any of SPS's testimony that's been filed in this case, is there a discussion of reduction in emissions of air pollutants other than greenhouse gases that would result if the transportation electrification plan is approved?
I think there is general discussion on the reductions of carbon, and I know that in at least in the TP itself, attachment PJM1, we commit to continue to report estimated reductions for both carbon dioxide and NOx through EV adoption and TEP programs, which we committed to in the first TEP, and admittedly have been unable to report that up to this point due to low participation in our programs, but we have recommitted to continue to our efforts to report those reductions.
Okay. But my question was more towards the sort of future, the estimate of reductions that would result if the proposed transportation electrification plan is approved and implemented.
Have we like forecast? I'm sorry, are you asking if we forecasted emissions reductions?
Well, actually, my question is just if there has been any discussion of the in any of the testimony of the reductions that would result from the plan if approved.
I don't think we've actually talked about actual reductions that could come from this plan being approved. But
Okay,
but have committed to report estimates based upon EV adoption in the service territory and participation in our programs.
Okay, and then my second question is related, but want to make clear: has SPS done any analysis, either quantitative or qualitative, of the reduction in emissions of greenhouse gases that would result if the transportation electrification plan is approved and implemented?
As proposed, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murphy. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeSalen. I believe that the next party to reserve time was the large customer group who reserved 10 minutes for Mr. Murphy.
Yes,
Mr. Rushoff?
yes, thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. We're actually going to waive our time of Mr. Murphy.
Okay. Very well. That brings us then to you, Miss Lynch, and I believe you reserved 30 minutes.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner. I did, and I'm hoping that we get through them.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Murphy. I'm Kara Lynch from CCAE and Prosperity Works.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. You've worked in other Excel territories, correct?
That is correct. I currently work in both the public service territory and SPS.
Okay. And Excel offers EV rebates for cars and e-bikes in some of its other territories.
We do not have rebates for e-bikes, but we do have an EV purchase and lease rebate for income qualified customers in our public service territory.
In Colorado?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Are you aware of other jurisdictions where Excel may offer rebates for EV cars?
No, I am not.
Okay. The rebates offered in PSCO are offered because they increase access to electricity as a transportation fuel by supporting EV adoption, correct?
The EV purchase and lease rebates that were approved in Colorado were actually proposed by the Colorado Energy Office in our first TEP that covered the years 21 to 23. The company did support such a program, and that program has been continued on in the 24 to 26 TEP, and it has been, helpful to get income qualified customers into electric vehicles.
Okay, so if they were similarly offered here in SPS territory, would you agree that increasing the EV adoption rate could also increase access to electricity as a transportation fuel?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that it's in the public interest to increase EV adoption rates?
I think that that's what the state policy is, right? The state is encouraging us to build programs that are supportive of greater transportation electrification. So yes, I think it is in the public interest.
Okay. Do you agree? I would assume that you are aware of the research on EV adoption. Do you agree that the research on EV adoption identifies a chicken and an egg problem regarding increased EV adoption rates?
I am not clear what research you're referring to.
Can you tag this to some of his testimony, Ms. Lynch?
Yeah.
At this point, I don't think this question refers directly to content in his testimony, but it is related to the ideas presented in his testimony.
Well, you need to be real careful because I'm not going to let you exceed the scope of his testimony. So go ahead and.
Mr. Murphy, in this step, SPS is focusing on the EVSI and building out infrastructure in SPS territory, correct?
We are focused on building out the infrastructure, EVSI, along with providing rebates for third parties to build out the charging stations that can be supported by that EVSI as well.
generally when EVSI is built out, EVs are attracted to a location where EVSI exists, correct?
I think it's highly dependent on where that, I mean, EVSI, if you're talking about, I guess can you clarify your question? Because I guess I'm not following it entirely. Because I think in most instances, if we're talking about a commercial customer, they may want to get, take part in our EVSI program because they're looking to electrify their fleets. But more broadly, I'm not really clear on what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm going to try to lead you through some of the chicken and the egg. So,
Sure.
Generally, where EVs exist, EVSI follows and is built out, correct?
Generally, I think that the EVSI is going in at the same time that adoption is happening, or it can, in many instances, happen prior to the EV adoption happening, or it could also follow the EV adoption. So I think you can have three different circumstances.
Okay, so it could be that EVs get adopted and then EVSI follows, or EVSI may be implemented and EVs follow.
Or EVSI could be constructed to support the EVs that are being purchased by, say, commercial fleets.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. We're going to move into a series of questions that focus more on low-income and underserved communities. Does it matter if a person from a low-income situation or from an underserved community participates in SPS's TEP?
I think.
Objection.
Ms. Hardy?
Well, I don't understand the question. I think it's confusing with, does it matter? I don't know what Ms. Lynch is asking.
I can rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Is it a statutory requirement, Mr. Murphy, if a person from a low-income situation or from an underserved community participates in SPS's TEP?
I believe both the statute and the rule makes clear that utility transportation electrification plans should aim to expand transportation electrification for low-income customers, yes.
Okay. All of SPS's customers will be required to pay through rates for the TEP, correct?
That is correct.
No matter if they're low income, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you agree that all customers should have access to EV charging infrastructure that is built with the support of customer provided funds?
Yes, I do. Well, I mean, not necessarily, right? Because there are broader benefits to transportation electrification. So I don't think that just because the utility is funding TEP programs, that all that funding has to go to publicly available sources. So in the example of our commercial programs, we may be providing infrastructure that supports that customer's needs. But there are broader societal benefits that come from that.
Okay, so all customers would benefit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the EVSI that SPS owns and operates now accepts credit card readers?
I believe that was a requirement in the first TEP.
Okay. Do you know where most Americans pay to gas up their cars today?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you ask the question again? You dropped at the very beginning.
Okay. I'm wondering if Mr. Murphy knows where most Americans pay to gas up their cars today.
I would imagine it would be at the gas station in which they're filling up their vehicle.
Gas stations are placed in nearly all of our communities, correct?
Correct.
Gas stations are placed in underserved communities and low-income communities and wealthier communities, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Should fueling an EV be as simple as gassing up a combustion vehicle?
I think that is likely the aim. I don't think that's where we are today, but I think that is likely the aim, making it as widely available as gas stations are today.
Okay. Do you know what percentage of customers in SPS territory live in underserved communities?
I believe we had that in my testimony, and subject to check. I know it was over 40%. I don't know the exact figure sitting here today.
Do you know?
Do you
I
know where
agree with-
that, do you know where that comes from, Ms. Lynch?
Well, the definition comes from page 7 of his direct testimony at footnote 3. And the 48% comes from pages 25 through 26, lines 13 through 16, and 1 through 6.
Okay, so then on page 25 of your testimony, Mr. Murphy, at line 15, you say approximately 34% of all residential premises within SPS territory meet the state's low income definition.
Correct.
That's your testimony?
Correct.
And then, as Ms. Lynch has indicated on page 26, you say including both low income and underserved communities, eligibility raises to approximately 48% of residential premises. Right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Can I continue?
It looks like to me that you are estimating percentage of SPS residential customers who are eligible for an enhanced rebate.
Correct.
Is that the same thing as estimating the percentage of low income customers in underserved communities in SPS's service territory?
No, because the enhanced rebates are available to low income customers and all customers who reside in underserved communities. So the low income customers would not be a subset that live within those underserved communities. All customers who reside in an underserved community would be able to receive those enhanced rebates.
Okay, so is that why you differentiated between the 34 and the 48?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. All right, just trying to understand. Okay, Miss Lynch, I stopped your time, so you can go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, we're going to be looking at your rebuttal testimony on page 5, I believe.
I'm sorry, which page?
Page 5.
Okay. Second, please. Okay.
Okay. And on page 5, you being SPS, agree to provide a link to the Justice 40 EJ screening map for customers to identify whether they live in an underserved community, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know yet where that will be like how a customer will become aware of that link and maybe how to use that map?
Can you refer me to a page? I can't find that reference
Yes, I
on
said
page
page
5.
5. It's one of the bullet points. Let's see, what line is that?
It's, Your Honor, it's actually page 3 of the PDF version. I think it's coming up as 5 of the online version.
Okay, that's why I couldn't find it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Apologies. Sorry for that. Have you, within SPS, discussed how a person from an underserved community might become more familiar with the map?
We have not. This is still a proposal and, in an open proceeding, so we do not yet have approval, but, the initial thoughts was to provide a link on our EV page that describes our other EV programs.
Okay, thank you. Would you be open to working with stakeholders to figure out a way to support customers utilizing that information?
Sure, we're always open to work with stakeholders.
Okay. SPS agreed, I think this shows up in your rebuttal, agreed to adjust its budget to include $150,000 for a community partner program, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's see.
And would that adjustment be an addition, or would that be money from something already included in the budget that would be shifted?
So that would be shifting dollars, Your Honor. So in rebuttal, we agreed to reduce the market rebate for our home EV charger and wiring rebate from $1,200 as proposed in my direct testimony to $800 in rebuttal. So taking those savings and then also, which I believe was, I think it was $70,000 or $80,000, and then taking the additional funds from our EV supply infrastructure program and combining that to make $150,000 towards this partnership. So no additional budget, just reallocating dollars from existing programs.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
Can you turn to page 34 of your direct testimony where you start describing the EVSI programs that SPS proposes?
Just a moment. I'm sorry, 35?
34.
34.
At least that was at the top you have EVSI labeled.
33. Okay.
Oh,
33
okay,
on
page
mine.
33.
Okay.
Apologies, I don't know how that got messed up digitally. But you generally discuss the SPS owned EVSI programs within this section on EVSI. And I was wondering what level of charging station will be owned by SPS in the proposed SPS owned EVSI program?
Charging stations?
Yeah, would it be level 2? Would it be DCFC?
SPS is not proposing to own any charging stations in this DEP.
In the EVSI?
Correct. That's supply infrastructure. So that is the infrastructure from the interconnection point up to the charger stub. The charging stub would be owned by an SPS, or the charger itself would be owned by a customer.
So SPS isn't proposing ownership of any EVSI charging stations?
We are proposing to own EVSI and also offer a rebate for EVSI, but charging stations, the charger itself, we are not proposing to own, just the supporting infrastructure.
Okay, up to the charger.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. Can you turn to page 17 of your direct testimony at line 8? It's a table.
My pages have gotten mixed up here. Just give me a moment. Yes. So
And
is
that
it
would have been my digital
PJM?
page 17.
Is it PJM 3?
Yes. And in that table, you described the development of an EV network that SPS may have supported or supports. I was wondering if you could describe what exactly you mean by an EV network.
That is it. It's our work with auto dealers throughout the service territory who help customers become aware of the program offerings that we have throughout the SPS service territory.
So you're in regular contact with them, or you met with them once, or how does the network receive its support?
We have dedicated staff that works with dealerships throughout all of our service territories.
Okay, great. On page 17 at line 4 of your direct testimony, you state that one of the objectives of the TEP is that it is widely known. And I was just wondering, how do you know you've reached potential participants in your TEP?
But this is we're talking specifically about advisory services. And so, yes, the aim of advisory services is just that, to make our programs more widely known to our customers. So they're working in our communities, as an example, working with auto dealers in our communities, or also doing community outreach to make our programs known throughout the service territory. And I think in this current offering, we've proposed to expand that to do ride and drive events and also e-bike education, things of that nature.
Okay. Is there a way for SPS to know that their TEP is widely known?
I think one indicator would be larger program uptake and greater participation in our programs.
Okay. Will you measure whether someone from an underserved community participates in your TEP?
I guess, what do you mean by measure?
Will you evaluate? Is there an objective way to know if someone from an underserved community is actually participating in your TEP?
I think in my rebuttal testimony, we agreed to report on both low income participation and participation from customers in underserved communities. So we will have reporting around that.
And do you know how you'll differentiate whether a person is low income versus from an underserved community?
It's a good question, because I mean, we do have, I guess it would be dependent on whether customers are taking, for example, enhanced rebates because they reside in an underserved community and are not self-certifying as low income, or are not going through the income verification process. I think we would probably have to report on those kind of grouped together as low income and underserved, unless we could break it down with some specificity. But yeah, we can do geographically based, for commercial programs. I think it's a little bit easier. We could do geographically based if they're residing in an underserved community, if their business is in an underserved community.
Okay. So are you confident with the self-certification process you propose for residents who may be from an underserved community?
I believe that is a requirement in rules. So we are complying with rule and allowing self-certification.
Okay.
Do you think that's going to be, people are going to tell the truth?
I can't say for sure one way or the other. We do have a third-party vendor that can also perform income verification for our customers. So we do make that available. But that is, my understanding is that is a real requirement, is that customers are able to self-certify.
Okay, go ahead.
In your rebuttal, I believe you're citing back to your direct testimony, but at page 13 of your rebuttal, lines 7 through 10, you state that 80% of all EV charging occurs at a home residence. Is that correct?
Yes, that's an estimate, correct.
Do you happen to know where the other 20% of residential customer charging occurs?
I'm sure it's a combination of public charging, potentially at the workplace, and other options, other public options.
So while 80% of charging occurs at the home, you're also agreeing to reduce rebates for chargers that and wiring that get used at the home?
Well, to be clear, in our first CEP, the market rate home wiring and charger rebate was at $500. In my direct testimony, we proposed to increase that to $1,200 to make up for, first of all, the proposal to discontinue our EV Accelerate at home charging service, but also to more fully help market rate participants put those dollars towards the purchase of a charger. We have, in rebuttal, after receiving feedback from intervening parties, decided that we would reduce that market rate rebate to $800. So it's still an increase from what we have existing in market today.
Do you know what EPE or PNM might offer as rebates in their territories?
I do not.
Okay. Was any analysis done regarding that $800 figure?
No, but we did do analysis and provided it in Discovery as far as what we expect average costs of chargers and installation was.
Okay.
And to be clear, this is just for market rate participants. This is not for low income participants. The low income participant rebate remains at $2,500.
Okay. On page 51, this was the digital version of your direct testimony. I can see if I can navigate to page 51.
You're right about it, 5 minutes.
Okay. And maybe you can help me out. 51 of your direct testimony. How does SPS, there you state that SPS proposes to prioritize development of EVSI in underserved communities. And I was just wondering how SPS will track the prioritizing of development of EVSI in underserved communities.
Well, I believe we made an adjustment in rebuttal based upon a proposal from ChargePoint, and we have agreed to, for rebates in underserved community, we will be providing 100% of those costs. So I think that helps prioritize build out of infrastructure in underserved communities.
Okay. For the use of, are you actually, I'm going to back up. How many low income people participated in SPS's first TEP?
I believe when we filed, there was one participant subject to check.
Oh, okay. And in this current TEP, is SPS required to involve more low income participants?
We are required to expand transportation electrification, and we are required to have programs that support low-income customers taking part in those programs. And I think by offering enhanced rebates for low-income customers and also including customers in underserved communities, we are doing just that.
Okay. Are you aware of why credit card chip readers were required on public charging stations during the last step?
Not all of the details. I was not a part of that transportation electrification plan. But I know it was requested by interviewers.
Do you think paying for electricity used as a transportation fuel should be as easy for the customer as is the current practice for paying for gasoline?
I think that is the aim.
Okay. Thank
But
you. And
sorry,
did you want to elaborate?
Well, I was just going to say, as discussed in my rebuttal testimony, credit card readers have posed some issues with program participation, specifically in our EVSI programs. So that's just what we've experienced in this initial TEP.
Do you know what the research or literature might have to say about customer experience using credit cards to pay for electricity used as a transportation fuel?
I have reviewed some literature, but I am familiar with the feedback that we are receiving from actual customers in our SPS territory that have not taken part in our program specifically because of that requirement.
How many customers have you heard from?
I don't have an estimate of that right now.
You can't provide I mean, is it a handful or one or two?
I really don't know. It's been engagement over the 3 years of having this plan in place.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That would be all the questions I have for you, Mr. Murphy. Thank you so much. It was nice to meet you for the first time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. I believe we can now move on to staff. Mr. Rossi, you had reserved 10 minutes for Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Murphy, I'm Nicholas Rossi, and I'm representing the PRC staff. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So I want to talk with you a bit about the Optimize Your Charge program. That's the passive control program. Specifically, I'm looking at your PDF. Well, it's PDF page 98, but that's not the page number page. But actually, I don't think you need to jump there. The previous requirement in the previous TEP was 25%. Is that correct?
25% for charging within their chosen window to receive the annual incentive. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then the SPS proposal is 50%. Is that correct?
That was our proposal in our direct testimony. We agreed in rebuttal testimony to up that percentage to 80%.
Okay, so you are agreeing, and as moving forwards, you're requesting 80%. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, what happens if a customer goes outside of that?
If they don't
if they
charge
fail
that
80% or charge at the wrong 20% of the time?
Yeah, they do not receive their $50 annual incentive.
Okay. And when they're charging, what charging rate would they be charged if they're outside of that?
I suppose it would be dependent on this if they were charging on peak or off peak. If they're within some off peak hours, they would likely be charged the off peak rate.
Okay. Has SPS considered the potential impact of a more restrictive charging time requirement on customer participation, both the existing customers and the prospective customers?
We think that by providing a 12-hour window that aligns with all off-peak hours, we're really pushing that charging to off-peak times. And we think it is creating a more understandable program for our customers and also an easier way to comply.
So what impact do you think this will have on the program?
I think we'll see a lot of those customers that are taking part in the program able to comply with the new requirements.
Okay. how will SPS report on impact, customer participation, and new enrollments?
I think we have agreed to report on the participation levels, and then we also track obviously program performance as far as customer performance and whether they're complying with the requirement.
And what sort of reporting do you do for that?
I'm sorry.
You mentioned you're tracking it. Is there any way that you're reporting it?
I believe if it's not included in our annual report, and I'm sorry, I'm not remembering correctly sitting here right now if it is, we can certainly include something like that in our annual report.
Okay. What factors were considered in proposing the 50% requirement and now up to the 80% requirement in this program application?
We heard feedback from interveners through their testimony, and we thought that again through providing a 12-hour window and making it much more easy to understand for customers, that it was certainly a reasonable increase. And it also provides more value to the grid, or has the ability to.
Now I want to move on to the changing the price of the rebates for wiring chargers for residentials. So the previous TAP, it had the rebate as $1,200. Do I have that correct?
No, it was $500 for a market rate customer.
Okay. And then the proposal was to increase it to $1,200?
Correct. That's what we proposed in my direct testimony.
And then why is there this proposal to drop it to $800?
Again, we heard feedback from intervening parties. We reconsidered, and we looked at actual costs and determined potentially those may have been too rich for market rate participants, and decided to go with a lower rate at $800, which we thought would number one, generally be able to cover the costs of upgrade, any necessary wiring upgrades, and then also provide potentially some additional funds towards the purchase of the actual charger.
So have you looked into what it costs customers to install their own, say, level 2 charger at home?
Yes, and I think we provided that in Discovery. Just average costs that we're seeing across our markets.
Were you able to find prices that were less than $1,200 or less than $800?
For installation and
installations that would be covered under this rebate program that we're talking about.
Well, again, yes, we have found that for installations. However, the intent of this rebate is to also help cover some of the costs of the charger itself. So beyond the installation and wiring upgrades, some funds going towards the chargers.
Mr. Murphy, hold on just a second, Mr. Rossi. Mr. Murphy, you keep referring to this discovery response that SPS provided to the parties regarding installation costs. Do you know what specific response that was, sir?
I believe it was in OPL's first set, but Your Honor, I don't have the specific response. Sorry.
Ms. Hardy, please consider that your third bench request. I want that identified, and I want that available as an exhibit. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Rossi. I stopped your time.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. As you were just testifying, you're expecting that 80% of the EV charging happens at home. Would you agree that a little bit more of the funding should help the residents to be able to afford the level 2 chargers at home?
I think that's how we've designed the rebate, is to try and get at some of those charger costs.
Okay. And I'm, I guess, surprised that that you're bringing up numbers where you think both the cost of the charger and a lot of the electrical work can be covered for $800.
I said some of the costs of the charger, not all the costs of the charger. I believe the $1,200 level is what we had originally proposed, and we thought that that would probably get at most of that. But again, we heard from parties in their testimony, and we decided that they made some reasonable requests and decided to adjust our rebates accordingly.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy. I have some questions for you, and I guess I'll just start where we just left off, because I had this great demonstrative when I did the first TEP case a few years ago, and I couldn't find it, and it wouldn't be up to date anyway, that had information about costs and different types of chargers and different types of plugs. So I just scribbled some notes here on the bottom of page 26 of your direct testimony. And since you know what your discovery response was and I don't know yet, so I can't ask you about it, just generally, what I came up with is the cost for a 240 outlet was between $250 and $800. Thoughts?
I don't have the cost right in front of me, so I don't know.
Okay.
I would, yeah, I don't know. I don't have those costs in front of me.
Okay. You know, and then something like if you're going to have a service panel and wiring and a new dedicated circuit, could be somewhere between $1,000 and $4,000. Do you know whether or not that's right?
You know, based upon, and again, this is just memory. I don't remember costs running that high in the multi-$1,000 range for the average costs that we've seen for installations.
The costs are going to be dependent on what the existing customers, the state of their electrical system. Is that right?
Absolutely, yes.
So if it's an older home, or a home that perhaps doesn't have a lot of room to expand, it's going to cost more money than it would be for a new built home, correct?
I would imagine that would be true, yes.
And also depending on the service availability, and I seem to recall in your testimony, I believe there was some problem getting amenable electricians who wanted to participate in your programs. Is that right?
That was specifically for our home charging service, the EV Accelerated Home. And yes, we've had difficulties identifying contractors that would do ongoing installation and maintenance operations for that program.
So it might actually be more expensive if someone is going to have to do upgrades, getting somebody from outside of the area. If local electricians aren't amenable to this, is that right?
I suppose that is a possibility. We have not, in this first TEP, we've had a $500 rebate available. We have not heard that feedback from customers.
Do you know approximately how much a level 2 equipment for the charger itself is?
I I don't have that price here in front of me right now, so I don't have that.
Okay. You may have to come back once I get information about the cost from because I think it's important for us to know what the costs are. I mean, it's not that I don't believe, the testimony that, you all had 500, then it was 1,200, and now it's back to 800 and whatever. But, I really would like to see some specific numbers, and that's why I asked for the bench request. So you want to tell me something, sir?
No, I was just going to note that, I was just going to remind you that these are the market rate rebates. We do have income qualified rebates that are enhanced and for customers in underserved communities that are $2,500.
Sure. No, I understand that. But
Okay.
see, I'm still scratching my head over your take rate on your first TEP programs. So, I mean, to be honest, I mean, I just, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this right. So we can look at page 22 of your direct testimony. And so you had this EVAAH residential program, correct?
Correct.
And basically, as you testify on page 23 at line 5, the EVAAH provides customers with an EV charger for their home charging needs, right?
Correct.
So
with
is that a
monthly
level
fee.
1 or 2?
Level 2 charger.
Okay. So it's not the one that comes with it that takes like a week to charge, right? I mean,
Correct.
it's a level 2 that is speedier, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then you go on to say SPS installs it, owns it, maintains it, and the customer pays $12 a month for this?
Correct.
Well, what's not to like about that program?
I don't know. It's
I mean,
a
it says
10-year
you had
contract.
2 customers.
Correct. Yeah.
How can that be?
Our programs have not had the participation that we forecasted.
I mean, people are not they're not out the money for a charger. If something breaks, you come and fix it. You install it. Now, I'm assuming with this is just, I mean, this doesn't include any wiring or anything like that.
We actually install it up to, we install it so that it is up to code. So yes, if there's needed upgrades, those will be performed.
Okay, so there's not any money out then for the customer to get a dedicated circuit or anything like that?
I do not believe so.
Okay, well,
It's
I mean, you can
12
tell me subject to check on that if
Yes,
you think that you need to check it.
Subject to
Okay.
check. It's the $12 monthly fee. It's a $10-year contract with the customer.
Okay, well, 10 years is a little scary, but $12 a month for the now they have to pay, of course, for whatever the electricity they use, right?
Correct.
But no, I thought this was like neatest thing since sliced bread, Mr. Murphy. How is it that only 2 people? How did you advertise this program?
We marketed it the same as our other programs. We just have not seen the participation that we expected to see. Obviously our forecasted levels were much higher, but we just have not seen that come to fruition, and that's why we've proposed to discontinue the program.
Well, like I say, I'm still very quizzical about that. I mean, I might even consider getting an EV, if I was just going to have to pay $12 a month. plus the electricity. Wow. So 2 customers, and so I guess you're still going to keep them for the remainder of their contract, right?
I think we're still evaluating internally how we're going to handle that. We haven't made any firm decisions.
Well, I mean, you're not going to kick them to the curb, are you?
I
mean,
wouldn't
if you-
imagine so.
I mean, if you got a 10-year contract, I would assume it's just as good to them as it is to you, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm still. Was there? Well, you answered a level. It's a level 2. Okay, so you probably heard me asking Mr. Cunningham, who kept referring some of my questions about the program specifics to you. Correct? Did you hear
Correct.
that?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
I did. Sorry.
And I don't recall, Mr. Murphy, have you testified here before?
I have not. This is my first time.
Good. Well, then let me tell you what my rule is. One of my witness rules is that if one witness defers questions to another witness, that means you get part of their paycheck. Okay.
Well, I think I'll have to testify here more often then.
Well, see, there you go. I just don't have an enforcement mechanism. I'm sorry, I have no bailiff. I have no authority to do that. But it's always good for a chuckle. But anyway, I'm really quite quizzical here, Mr. Murphy, on your projections and where you came up with those projections. I mean, basically in 5 years, we're going to go from what I think, as I ask Mr. Cunningham, I've got the report that was filed last week, and basically it says 490 on page 2.
Right.
Okay. So 490 is, I mean, you still, I understand you still have 4 months to get your other 400 that you projected in here of 852. But to go to 6,349 EVs, I'm really seeing that as overly optimistic, Mr. Murphy. What can you tell me that's going to assuage my concerns?
Well, I first I would say that, yes, these numbers are low right now, right? We certainly acknowledge that. The 150 vehicle growth, and when compared to what we have in this service territory, is pretty good growth. And if we continue at that pace over the next 5 to 6 years, we're going to see significant growth in EVs in our service territory. However, I think it's also going to take the combined efforts of strong utility programs, along with the combination of federal and state incentives, to really provide the confidence to customers that they can make that transition to electrified transportation. And if we combine those efforts and this growth rate continues, I think we could achieve those levels by 2029.
Well, on page 67 of your direct testimony, beginning at line 7, you say one can reasonably expect lead times to decrease over the coming years and supply chain disruptions, specifically around transformers as well as EVSI and charging equipment, and are improved and construction methods are standardized with regard to the infrastructure for these increased EV loads, right?
Correct.
Um, oh, and on 66, you actually do. I didn't recall seeing it, but this is another question I asked Mr. Cunningham. So in addition to these 6,349 light duty EVs, you're saying that there's going to be 243 medium duty and 100 heavy duty EVs in the service territory by 2029. That's your testimony?
Correct. That's from our internal forecasts.
But you don't do any reporting, do you? Or did I just miss it in your testimonies or in your reconciliation plans with regard to anything other than light duty EVs, do you?
I think that's accurate. I mean, beyond the forecasts, obviously, and in my direct testimony. But I will say that currently we are seeing very low adoption rates at the medium and heavy duty levels. I don't have exact numbers, but we're not seeing that really accelerate at this point.
Is the technology and or the vehicles for that kind of usage even available now?
Not widely, and I think that that is an issue, or not at scale. And so that is something we would look to see to improve over the coming years. And there's also just the hesitancy of those industries to really, move to fully adopt electric transportation. There's also, a change in how you operate your fleets that you have to get customers more comfortable with.
Well, I mean, I understand the testimony and I understand your projections. I think you probably heard when I was talking with Mr. Cunningham that, I'm just wondering how, for example, if you're utilizing information from urban areas like Public Service Company in Colorado or even Wisconsin, which don't necessarily have the same service territory characteristics as SPS, do they?
They do not. And I would say that internally and by how we administer programs is generally how we take our learnings and adopt them throughout all of our service territories. We try to identify ways to streamline delivery, streamline programs as much as possible. However, our TETs in all of our service territories are suited for those service territories. So in SPS, in this current TEP, we've proposed a budget of $23 million. In our Colorado service territory, where we're seeing a much larger uptake of EVs, we have a budget of $260 million over the next 3 years. So we are right sizing these TEPs for our service territories.
And it's just not a matter of sizing it, Mr. Murphy. I mean, isn't it also understanding the nature of the load and the nature of the customer characteristics as to what's gonna work or not? I mean, isn't that important?
Absolutely. And that's where we've taken the direct customer engagement and feedback from our customers in our service territory and attempted to remove barriers that we had in our first TEP to make more, for example, our commercial programs more widely available to all of our commercial customers. We also see a need, there is currently a dearth of public charging throughout our service territory. So we are looking to invest in third-party infrastructure or provide rebates for third parties to invest throughout our service territory to provide the infrastructure to give not only our commercial customers the confidence to to switch to transportation electrification, but all of our customers, residential and commercial alike.
But you're not going to propose to build any more that are SPS owned, right?
We are not proposing to build any SPS owned stations in this TEP. No.
And you know, when I was trying to get a handle on using SPS or Excel, excuse me, Excel other jurisdictions, you know, I kind of broke it down to, you know, sort of square miles and population density. And are you familiar with any TEP programs in North and South Dakota?
No, I'm not.
Because of the 8 Excel states, those were the ones that I thought were closest to square miles and population numbers.
Sure. I'm also not aware of any TEP statutes or TEP rules in either of those states either.
Okay. Because, you know, comparing or gathering data from Colorado, which is you know, has, I mean, compared to New Mexico, Colorado has almost 6 million people as opposed to New Mexico's 2 million people, and you know, has a population density of over 50, oh, it's 56.25 people per square mile as opposed to 17.2 in New Mexico. So I just have a hard time just looking at that one metric to wonder how, you know, that customer, that potential increase in load might happen. But I guess, and I'll move on, but just in terms of, the I understand your projections. I understand this new program. For the infrastructure, the build out, and I'll be asking Ms. Joel more on that, but again, I just am having some questions, Mr. Murphy, on whether or not the anticipated numbers seem high to me, and that leads me to think that the load growth is not going to be there, and therefore the potential necessity to go ahead and upgrade these feeders and voltage issues are not going to be necessary within this particular planning period. So I don't know if you have anything else you want to tell me about that.
Sure. I think to step back as far as, comparing what we've presented here to what we've seen in Colorado and Minnesota, I think, again, to the point I made earlier, we've scaled these program offerings to be suitable for the service territory. However, one common denominator that we have in all these service territories is state policy really driving utilities to expand transportation and electrification. and we have goals and state policies aimed at further supporting transportation electrification. And that's exactly what we're doing with this TEP. We're building upon the foundation that we established in our first TEP, and we're looking to further expand it. And the way we see to do that in the best way is expanding infrastructure. And that infrastructure alone is going to increase load, right? By providing rebates to third-party developers, we are going to see expanded DCFC stations in our service territory, which will bring on load and also provide confidence to customers to go ahead and make that transition to transportation electrification. So I think, we're again building upon what we've established in that first TEP, while acknowledging we did not hit the forecast in that first TEP. But we think we've taken some lessons learned from that TEP, right? We've learned upon the barriers that we had to program uptake, and we're removing those barriers, and we're making it easier for our customers to participate in our offerings, and we're expanding our offerings to private investment as well. So I think we're going to start turning the corner here and really see more load from the charging stations themselves, and increased load from increasing EV adoption throughout our service territory, and also from vehicles traveling through our territory.
And was I correct in my understanding of your prior TEP that that there wasn't a specific carve out for any type of commercial for like proprietary fleet usage or anything that they could have just used on their own?
We had an EVSI program available, just company owned EVSI. However, in order to take part in that program, they had to have their chargers needed to be publicly available 24 hours a day, and they had to have the credit card readers. And both of those requirements proved to be impediments, especially in your example, to fleets. Fleets generally do not want to make their chargers publicly available 24 hours a day. We've removed that barrier in this current TEP offering.
Okay. Do you like baseball, Mr. Murphy?
I do. I'm a New York Mets fan.
There's a movie, I think, about somebody who lived in a rural area, and I think he had some dreams and things about if you build it, they will come. Did you see that movie?
I did see that movie.
Well, I understand if you build it, maybe they'll come, but it's still a cornfield, right?
I think we really are trying to target our investments to help to expand transportation electrification throughout our service territory, and also make sure that our grid is ready for the load that will come as we build out that infrastructure.
I wanted to clarify your testimony on page 54, where you're answering the question posed on page 53 about enhancing advisory services to support residential customers.
Yes.
And you're talking about marketing efforts?
Yes.
Like search engine marketing. Was that like a contracted specific company, or is that a practice?
I think it's a digital tool used to enhance online marketing and drive searches towards our programs.
Then I also wanted to ask you about your exhibit 3
Yes.
to your direct testimony, which was entitled New Mexico EBSI and Public Charging Scoring App. You're familiar
Yes.
with that?
Yes, it's the scoring criteria we will use for applications we receive for EVSI rebates and DCFC rebates.
And who came up with this?
The company came up with it internally.
Okay. Did you use some kind of how did you come up with it?
A lot of it is guided by, the requirements of statute. And then, also incorporated things like, proximity or whether a project is in an underserved community or proximity to other known or expected stations to come in. And we've made some adjustments in rebuttal to weight different questions heavier than others.
Did you attach a revised version of this form to your rebuttal testimony?
We did not change any of the questions. We're just providing additional weight to whether projects are in other underserved communities and whether they are publicly accessible stations.
So you agreed to change some of the weights.
Correct. Yes.
Do you use this anyplace else?
We have a similar scoring criteria for both EVSI rebates and DCFC rebates in our Colorado service territory. And we also had similar criteria for EVSI projects in our first Colorado TEP. It's been changed a little bit, I believe, in our second iteration.
So page 43.
Yes.
And also, one of my rules, Mr. Murphy, because I don't see the best, you don't want to go under a 10.5 font for me. Because if I have to get this out to read your exhibit, not good. But be that as it may, you have on page 42 an alternative fuel corridor as figure PJM-2, correct?
Correct.
So, and you're given testimony earlier than that. And I've already heard some testimony about how there's going to be a bunch of funding for the highways, but I guess I'm interested more in where you're referencing on page 43, lines 7 through 11. You say, beginning at line 6, as summarized in attachment PJM1, initial stakeholder engagement has indicated a preference in funding for some public charging stations within or near the SPS service territory, and then along US routes 285, 70, and 62, connecting the cities of Clovis, Roswell, Dexter, Hagerman, Artesia, Carlsbad, and Hobbs. In addition to the alternative fuel corridors connecting the other highly populated areas. So when do you think that might happen?
It's my understanding. So the SPS territory was not included, or no stations were included in the SPS territory in the first round. So it's my understanding the later rounds of NEVI funding will likely see some funding going into these areas of the SPS service territory. So exact timeline, I'm not really sure. I'm guessing probably 2025, late 2025, maybe 2026 before we see NEVI funding going into the service territory.
Well, I clicked on your link to Department of Transportation in New Mexico,
Yes.
footnote 12. And I see that the phase 1 is closed, but they have phase 2, NEVI AFC phase 2. Have you seen that?
I have not seen that exact figure, no.
Okay. Well, apparently I guess the requests or whatever are open in phase 2, according to the Department of Transportation website. And I'm just wondering whether or not how that works to get that funding. Can SPS go ask for funding to try to get some of these things in their territory? Has it got to be the community? How's this work, if you know?
So if we were proposing to build out additional DCFC stations, I imagine that SPS could apply for this funding, but we are not proposing to build out and own stations. So third-party developers of DCFC stations can apply for these funds. And the way that we've designed our rebates is that if those, if a third party applies for these funds and then applies for our DCFC rebates, we will ask them to report the funding that they've received either at the state or federal level, and those amounts will be deducted from the final rebates provided by SPS.
Your direct testimony on page 39 at line 5 says each rebate level is intended to cover approximately 80% of average equipment and installation costs for a given tier. That's your testimony?
Correct.
With your adjustments in some of the rebate amounts, is that still true?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Are you talking about the adjustments we made in rebuttal where we
Yes,
agreed
sir.
to cover? Thank you. So the adjustments we made in rebuttal were to increase the rebates to cover 100% of the costs for projects that are within underserved communities, and then still have these rebate levels at 80% of the cost for any projects outside of underserved communities.
So even with the reduction in the amount of money for the non-low income underserved, it's still going to be at 80%.
Correct. So yes, it'll be at 80% for those projects outside of underserved communities. And we designed them that way because these are some of the highest upfront costs for DCFC developers, and just generally for people installing, like commercial customers installing charging at their commercial facilities. The infrastructure costs are some of the highest upfront costs.
I'm going to see what questions I have for you, Mr. Murphy, in your rebuttal testimony. but I think now's an appropriate time to take our afternoon recess. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess until 4:10. Remember that the YouTube is still working.
Hearing examiner Hurst.
Is this on the record, Mr. Dunbar?
I just no, I just wanted to give the hearing examiner a heads up. I had a brief procedural comment when we do go back on the record, if that's okay.
Okay. You have a procedural issue?
Well, it's just a friendly suggestion, hearing examiner, just with the time and the current pace of the witnesses, with the being scheduled for 2 days, subject to your and hearing examiner Korean camps and the party's availability, of course, and Mr. Lee's. Just a friendly suggestion that we maybe stay a little past 5 today.
Nope.
if that's possible.
Can't
No?
happen. Nope.
Okay.
And I mentioned on the at pre-hearing on Friday that I had checked with Mr. Lee's availability and we're available to go on Wednesday.
Understood. We would need to update our availability if that's the case. Because we'd only been planning for today and tomorrow for this hearing. So but we can address that tomorrow, I suppose, depending on the case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lee, we can go back on the record from our recess. There has been a suggestion that perhaps we could go a bit later. That is not convenient with the hearing examiners, and I have not spoken with Mr. Lee. So we're going to try to finish up around 5. Parties can be thinking, based upon the information that was given to me this morning by Ms. Hardy, that Ms. Joles is not available from 10 to 11. I think if EPE's other witnesses are available, we can go ahead and take them out of order and put Ms. Joles on after 11 tomorrow. Ms. Hardy?
Our witnesses are available. That would be fine.
Okay. Very well. Mr. Murphy, I just needed some clarification with regard to your direct testimony on page 27. I understood that under your old optimize your charge, the parties could pick between 3 9-hour windows, right?
Correct. Yes.
But now you're offering a 1 12-hour window, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Is that 12-hour window the time prescribed by EPE?
I am not sure what EPE prescribed.
I'm
but
sorry, not EPE, SPS.
Yes, it's from 12 a.m. to 12 from 12 a.m. to 12 p.m.
And with this 12-hour window, are the chargers put on timers? Or do you really expect your people that would take this program to get up at midnight and turn their charger on?
I believe that, level 2 chargers do have the capabilities to, set a time when they can begin charging and then charge until it is complete. So I don't think customers will need to, I guess all that's to say is I don't think customers will need to get up at midnight to start charging their vehicle. They can set a schedule.
All right, so you think there is some kind of timer capability? See, I don't have one of these, so I don't know.
Correct.
Okay, so you think then that new window you're proposing, I realize that it's probably the cost-wise, it might be the most lucrative. I'm just wondering, in your in your hunt to try to get customers for these programs, I'm just wondering how it is that you think 12 midnight to noon is convenient for your customers.
Well, I think we found that most charging is actually done overnight to suit most of our customers' needs. So I think that this would be something that would be easily adaptable for most of our customers and still serve their charging needs while also pushing that charging to all hours that are off peak.
But really, when you're talking about overnight, you're really only talking about midnight to 6, aren't you?
Sure, and I think that will achieve the charging needs of most of our customers, but certainly not all. And so that's why we wanted to provide some additional time. We did find that the windows that we had designed previously had some overlap with on-peak and off-peak hours, times of the day, and hours where you had lower or higher renewable generation. We tried to create a streamlined approach with one 12-hour window that aligned with off-peak times on our system, which generally align with also high amounts of renewable generation on our system.
And I've got a few questions about your rebuttal, and you probably heard me this morning. Mr. Murphy, I am assuming since you have not testified here before, you've not filed rebuttal testimony here before, correct?
Correct.
And you probably heard me go through my description of what our rule says about rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I was listening this morning.
Okay, because I find like pages 5, pages 7, and some other areas within your rebuttal testimony not to comport with that. Anytime you say, as I testified before, and then you tell me all the same things again, that's not rebuttal testimony, sir. You understand?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay, so now I think I understand the window. I just wanted to understand page 14 of your rebuttal testimony. And you're answering the question that was posed on page 13 about New Mexico Department of Justice witness Lane's suggestion about an OEMs providing different incentives. And you say on page 14, I would also note that customers who are receiving installation and or charger support from their OEMs would not qualify for SPS's EV home charger and wiring rebate. Why not?
Well, because they will already have a charger. So we, provided by an OEM. So there's no need for us to provide a rebate to that customer when they're already having one provided by their auto OEM.
Just wanted to get a quantification of a term that you used on page 28 of your testimony.
I'm sorry, you're on our rebuttal testimony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Please explain why this is from page 27, line 9. Please explain why a hybrid approach of SPS owned and rebated EVSI is in the best interest of the commercial charging market and SPS's customers as a whole. So you continue your answer on page 28. And at line 2, you say EVSI equipment installed, owned, and operated by the utility has proven to be a valuable and effective method to expand charging access in other Xcel Energy jurisdiction. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me where?
I would say primarily in our Colorado service territory. As we discussed previously, we have had relatively slow uptake in our EVSI program that's currently in place in SPS. However, we have had a company-owned SPS or company-owned EVSI program in place in our Colorado service territory since 2021, and we have seen, it took some time, but we saw some really significant uptake in that program up through April of this year.
And when you say valuable, can you quantify what or define what you mean by that?
Well, I think it's provided value to our customers who maybe didn't understand all of the costs and complexities that go into providing charging infrastructure at whether it be their fleet, for their fleets, at workplaces, or even for public charging. And I think the significant uptake in just the past year, over the past year, shows that there's a lot of value to the utility offering such a service. We've, through our Colorado program, similar to what we have proposed here in SPS, we provide the design, equipment procurement, permitting, and ongoing operations and maintenance of that infrastructure.
And you're answering the question on page 30 that was posed on page 29, line 16, about whether or not you agreed with Prosperity Works witness Porter that any SPS-owned EVSI should only be sited in a low-income or underserved community, and you're disagreeing with that. And on page 30 at line 7, you're saying SPS has heard from customers that its EVSI program requirements in its prior TEP have been a barrier to participation. That's your testimony?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And so I'm interested in line 10. For example, multifamily building owners often find it difficult to comply with utility-owned EVSI program requirements due to space or metering concerns. That's your testimony?
That's correct, Your Honor.
What does that mean? I mean, I can understand the other requirements about that you previously testified to about the credit card and the publicly facing 24/7, but this is a new one. What concerns were these, sir?
Sure. So what we've heard from several multifamily housing owners is, well, I guess let me take a step back. For our company-owned EVSI program, we require a new line of service with a new dedicated meter. This allows us to build to the company's standards. It also provides us some view for planning purposes and also provides us data for reporting purposes. However, we've heard from multifamily housing units that because of space constraints, they have not had the ability to have the additional line of service or the transformer that may come along with that service. So due to those constraints, they have not been able to take part in our program. And by adding the rebate option, it opens up these EVSI services to more of these customers.
But you still have the requirement for a new line of service, right?
Only if it's SPS owned. If there's capacity available on the existing panel and a customer chooses to go with the rebate option, then we're no longer no longer do the SPS owned requirements apply. It's only when it's SPS owned that our requirements apply.
So having eliminated the SPS owned requirements, then potentially is going to take care of that space, the meter / transformer problem, right?
For these, for those customers that choose to go that route, yes, and then I would just add, for the SPS own, there's the value of the turnkey solution that option provides to customers who may not fully understand the complexities or just generally, would rather the company install this infrastructure and are willing to comply with the requirements of the program.
Okay, I still want the $12 a month service. Page 34 of your rebuttal testimony, you're answering the question posed. On page 32, does SPS agree with the NMDOJ's proposal to provide higher rebates for publicly accessible charging stations? And on page 34, line 6, you say, while SPS does not agree with the rebate tiers as proposed, we do agree that the rebate program can be adjusted to better serve underserved community customers in our service area. That's your testimony, right?
That's correct.
And then on line 10, you say, SPS has experience administering rebates tiered based on geography.
Yes, that's correct.
What does that mean?
So basically, this goes back to my point where we agreed in rebuttal to provide 100% rebates for projects that are occurring within underserved communities. So the geographic location of those projects being in underserved communities allows them to receive rebates up to 100% of the costs.
But what's that got to do with geography?
Being in the underserved community. So the location, the geographic location of where the project is taking place is within an underserved community.
Okay. It's based on the location.
Yes, correct.
On the next page, you're responding to the question, how does SPS respond to NMDOJ's recommendation that the commission require SPS to implement a commercial managed charging program? And you say at line 4, Excel Energy is actively working across its service territories to identify a solution in the space and has partnered with multiple industry leaders to bring forward a demonstration project in our Colorado service territory. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
how's that going to help New Mexico?
So as I discussed further in this section of my testimony, Your Honor, I think what, we're recognizing, first of all, that there is a need for such a program. However, it's very early stages and nascent in the industry. I mean, as you can imagine, there are many unique use cases for our commercial customers, and really identifying managed charging programs that will address all of their unique circumstances is proven pretty difficult. So in our 24-26 TEP in Colorado, we've proposed to bring forward a commercial managed charging pilot with the aims of learning from that pilot, how technology is evolving, potential solutions, and how we could bring forward programs into our other service territories to more fully address the needs of our commercial customers in those service territories. We just, Your Honor, to be honest, right now, we just don't think we know enough to launch a full commercial managed charging program that's going to be suitable for all of our commercial customers' needs.
Very well, sir. Thank you. That's all the questions that I had for you. I
Thank you, Your
believe
Honor.
that hearing examiner Greenkamp has a few questions for you. Sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Murphy.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
I guess let's stay with the EVSI issues. If you could turn to page 31 of your rebuttal testimony. A couple of questions. Do you see the question beginning at line 12?
Yes, I do.
Does SPS agree with ChargePoint's proposal to adjust the EVSI rebate, cover 100% of average per port EVSI costs? Is this a response to ChargePoint's request for equity between the SPS owned and then the non-SPS owned EVSI options?
Yes, it is, Your Honor. And we understood ChargePoint's suggestion. We didn't fully agree with that, but we did see an opportunity to increase the rebate levels in underserved communities and really help to drive private investment into those areas. So we thought it was a reasonable adjustment to our programs to propose a rebate that would be in line with also SPS owned offerings in those communities.
Okay. Now, I've gone through the answer that you provided to this question on pages 31 and 32, but I'm still not 100% clear as to why you disagree with ChargePoint's proposal. Can you clarify why there should not be equity between the rebate option and then the SPS owned option?
Well, I think it goes to some of the points I was discussing earlier with the Madam Hearing Examiner. There are additional requirements that come with the SPS owned. First of all, the SPS owned solution is a turnkey solution, right? We provide everything. We provide the design, the construction, the equipment procurement, and the ongoing operations and maintenance. But with that, we also are able to get some view into the utilization of those charging stations and provide some of the reporting out of that. We're also able to hopefully inform some of our planning purposes around that. We don't receive that benefit from the rebate model, and so that's why we think that it's more I think it's more appropriate to have the 80% levels for those rebates that do not take place in underserved communities.
Okay, so because you're going to get more information from these customers or these ratepayers who have elected to have the SPS owned option, you want to incentivize them to utilize the SPS owned option.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, there was a significant series of questions between you posed by Hearing Examiner Hurst to you about your forecasts for EV adoption. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I do still have a couple of remaining questions for you related to that. That series of questions, you might recall, was a little bit lengthy. So if you've already answered these questions, then just let me know. But my major question to you is, how exactly did you arrive at these internal forecasts for where EV adoption is going to go within your service territory? I'm assuming that you have some sort of a forecast model. So I guess what I'm driving at is, what was the input that you provided to that model?
Well, I think first I must say that I am not a modeler, so I did not perform the modeling, but I have a general understanding of some of the inputs. And so my understanding is our internal risk team uses a combination of base diffusion and economic modeling to look at historical adoption rates and also combine factors of rural versus urban. Also uses economic factors such as total cost of ownership. They also have some additional inputs as far as like tax incentives and policy changes that occur. Geopolitical factors get incorporated in there. The availability of materials is put into there as well. And these are done on an annual basis and further refined over time.
Okay. Well, as
So
long as we're,
excuse me, guys. Did you say base, BASE diffusion?
BASS, BASS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
now, Mr. Murphy, you just said that this model, whether that's the right term to use for it or not, will be further refined over time. I'm assuming as part of your last TEP that you had a forecast for EV adoption. If that's correct, do you recall what that forecast said that the EV adoption would be in your service territory by 2024?
I was not involved in the last TEP, and I'm sitting here right now. I'm not sure whether that forecast was included. The providing a forecast is part of rules now, then those rules were not in place in the first TEP. So I'm not entirely sure if they provided that a forecast or if they did not at that time.
Okay. I had one remaining question. I have other questions about your rebuttal testimony, but with respect to your direct testimony, just one clarification question, if you could turn to page 23. And on lines 9 to 11, you talk about contracting with local electricians to perform charger installations at home chargers, I'm assuming. And I don't know the answer to this question, but when it comes to the installation of EV chargers at residences, is this something that any electrician can do? How many electricians are able to perform those types of services, if you know?
I mean, I don't know how many in our service territory are able to perform them. I do know that, we partner with some electricians in other service territories so that when they perform the installation, the rebate can be deducted from the cost of the installation right there at the time of the installation. And I know that has been done in SPS as well. I don't think we have the extensive network that we have in SPS, so I don't know the exact number. But these contractors that we do work with on some of these installations are not doing the EV accelerated home installations as well.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It does. I really wasn't getting at an exact number figure, and I apologize to the extent that my question was poorly worded on that end. I'm more driving at the question of, especially as we look at, I guess, that question about the rebate versus the SPS owned option. If a customer or a ratepayer were to go out and try to find an electrician to do this work, is it going to be most of the electricians that they come into contact with would be able to do it? Is it going to be something that's really hard to find somebody who's able to do that kind of work? Do you know the answer to that?
So if we're talking about home installations for residential, I think that it's likely that most electricians can perform that work.
Okay.
If we're talking about, EVSI.
Yeah, what about the
and
commercial as
the
well?
commercial, I think it's going to depend on the complexity of the job, quite honestly. So I don't think I think most could, but I think it would often at times be due to complexities of the job of whether certain electricians can perform that or not.
Okay. All right, so now just a few clarification questions with respect to your rebuttal testimony. If you could turn to page 17. This was a question, if you look at the question starting on line 7, the Department of Justice had a proposal with respect to charging perks, and they recommended that it proceed as a pilot program rather than as a fully approved program. You responded from lines 10 to 13 by saying that you didn't think it was appropriate, and that the recommendation would unnecessarily delay the deployment of a program that would provide benefits to customers. I wasn't 100% sure why proceeding with this as a pilot would delay implementation or the deployment of the program. Can you explain that?
Well, I think it would just delay the more broader benefits that we could see from this. I think, we've talked in testimony about the benefits of an active managed charging program and what those benefits can be to the grid and thus to all customers. And so, and I talked about this in my response. We started this as a pilot program in Colorado to fully understand the capabilities of it. We had an initial cap of 600 customers, which we then raised to 1,000 customers, which we then removed the cap. And now in our 24 or 26 TEP have moved it into a full program. And you can see, based upon parties' input in this proceeding, they also see the value of this program, and so much so that we've doubled the incentive for our Charging Perks program participants. We just don't see, it just feels like if we do it as a pilot program, we're limiting ourselves. And if we see EV adoption really take off and we see customers taking part in, let's say, our rebate programs, and we can get them involved in managed charging programs, we don't want to be limiting the benefits to the grid that we could potentially have out there by just having a pilot in place.
Okay. And another objection you objected to or did not agree with, let's phrase it that way, the suggestion that SPS do a full cost benefit analysis. Can you flesh that out and tell me why that is?
Yeah, well, and this goes to not knowing what participation may be, and we just don't know if we'll have actionable data. I think we've agreed to do a program evaluation, which looks at the value that this program provides per EV, which we did for our Colorado programs, and we think we can do something similar like that, similar to that in SPS. But we just don't think over 3 years we'll have a program that's ready to have a full cost benefit analysis performed.
Okay. Let me ask you about another recommendation from the Department of Justice. If you go to page 33 of your rebuttal testimony.
Sure.
My apologies for sort of bringing you back to this issue of rebates, but the Department of Justice, their witness recommended a tiered rebate structure, and you responded by saying that it was overly complicated and would be difficult to administer. Can you explain to me why that would be difficult to administer?
It just takes a lot. It adds administrative complexity to the program. Flat rebate amounts are very easy and streamlined. And so, and I'm sorry if let me just read here, but I believe there were different qualifications that the DOJ was proposing as well, if I'm remembering correctly. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Whether it's public charging or, I just think that, putting more layers into these programs just creates more administrative burden on the back end for the company. And so it adds costs to to the program, and adds complexity. And it may require communicating back and forth with the customer several times. It could drive customer confusion and potentially frustration.
Okay. Next, two questions related to, if you go to page 21 of your rebuttal testimony, Mr. DeSalen asked you about this earlier, about the e-bike rebate program. I think like Mr. DeSalen, I too am a little confused as far as what exactly the position that SPS is taking. Is it fair to describe, based on your responses to Mr. DeSalen, that SPS is neither supporting this nor opposing it? Is that fair to describe it?
Well, yeah, I mean, we didn't support it because we didn't propose it, right? But at the same time, we do want to take an opportunity to learn whether this is something that our customers are interested in. So that's why we want to include e-bikes in our ride and drive events and our community outreach, because we want to inform future TEP offerings. We just don't know enough at this time of whether customers have an interest. And so we want to take the time to gain those insights, engage with our customers, and more fully understand if this is something they're actually interested in.
Well, and I guess my follow-up question to that is, if that's what's driving this and we simply don't know enough about consumer interest, wouldn't offering the rebate program or offering these rebates provide you some of that information as far as whether your customers are interested? Obviously, if your customers are interested, they would take you up on those rebates, right? If they're not, then no one would ask for those.
Sure. I guess I would have to agree with that. I would note that we haven't included any budget for these rebates in our current budgets.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all the question I have. Hearing Examiner Hurst, thank you for your time, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Greenkamp. Ms. Hardy, any redirect for Mr. Murphy?
I do not have any redirect. Thank you.
Very well. Any questions from Occidental based on my questions or Hearing Examiner Greenkamp's questions?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. DeSalen, any...
Who said that?
That was Mr. McMillan.
Thank you, Mr. McMillan.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Judge.
Mr. DeSalen, any questions?
No questions.
Very well.
Thank you.
Mr. Rushoff, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Yar, Mr. Dunbar, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barrett, any questions? Got to be audible
I couldn't
there.
get to my mute button. No, ma'am, no questions.
Very well. Ms. Lynch?
Yes, I have at least one question.
Go ahead.
And this question goes to the most recent conversation you were having with Mr. Kreinkamp, Mr. Murphy. I'm wondering, does SPS gather any information from ride and drive events regarding customer interest in programs?
Well, we have not had any ride and drive events in our SPS service territory. We've proposed in this TEP to conduct ride and drive events. I will say in other service territories, yes, we do gauge customer interest in EVs and other program offerings through those events.
How do you do that?
By talking directly with customers and informing them on programs and understanding if they have an interest in those programs.
But
okay,
then,
thank you.
But then how do you translate that into data or into, I mean, does it actually get written down? The people at these events, do they do a report or how's that work, Mr. Murphy?
Well, I mean, it's like engagements with any other customer, Your Honor. You know, we take that information back and it helps to inform future program development. You know,
That
for
didn't
example,
answer, that didn't answer my question. Do you actually, I mean, do you actually commit it to a form or a written document that's circulated, or is it just, you know, when you have some kind of meeting with a particular group that has an interest in this, then you just tell war stories about what happened at this?
I don't know how it's documented. I'm not
Okay.
part of those events. However, I will say that, you know, engagements with commercial customers through this first TEP has identified numerous barriers that we have that we're proposing to eliminate through the offerings that we have in this current TEP that's before you right now. So it's those type of engagements. And I will say that, you know, when in regards to the e-bike rebates that multiple parties have discussed, I think, you know, we will be tracking those conversations and determining whether we feel it's appropriate to bring forward such an offering in a future TEP.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch. Was there anything further?
No, hearing examiner.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rossi, any questions from staff?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. You were asked a bit about those last two customers in the EVAAH program. It seemed to staff that your answer wasn't the same as during one of the interrogatories that Mr. Cunningham responded to. So let me read you the question, his answer, and then you can explain the difference. So our question to you was, please explain what would happen to the current two subscribers of the EVAAH program that SPS is proposing to cancel in this proceeding. And then what Mr. Cunningham's response was, the current two subscribers will remain in the EVAAH program pending the outcome of this proceeding. SPS will notify these customers that SPS proposes to cancel the EVAAH program and will continue to communicate with them during the pendency of this proceeding. Now, would you like to explain your response?
Right. I said we had not determined internally what we're doing with those customers. And I think that's in line with what Mr. Cunningham's response said as well, because we're waiting for a final determination in this proceeding as to how we'll proceed with those customers. We have communicated to them that we have proposed to end the EV Accelerated Home program once we did make that filing.
So at this moment, if the program is able to be canceled, you actually don't know what you're going to do, if they'll be able to stay in it or if they'll be moved to something else.
Yeah, I think we're evaluating all of our alternatives of what we'll do with those customers.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. And I guess I misunderstood, Mr. Murphy. I thought that SPS's request to terminate that program was prospective. I didn't realize, I thought you just wanted to cancel it and not put anybody else in it. I didn't realize that you wanted to terminate the program even for the people that were subscribed to it.
Well, as I said, Your Honor, we haven't determined what we're going to do with those two existing customers. We're still evaluating that and waiting for a final decision in this proceeding. But you know, that said, we're certainly taking into consideration, you know, those customers and the impacts of the cancellation of this or the potential cancellation of this program, and we have communicated that to them.
Do you have documentation that you've communicated that to them?
I know that we have sent emails to those customers.
Okay.
Program managers have sent emails to those customers.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, can I ask a real quick clarification on this subject?
Yes, Mr. Crean Camp.
Thank you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner Greencamp, go right ahead.
Mr. Murphy, to along the same line, this particular program and the two members or the two ratepayers who you have enrolled in it, I believe you testified earlier that they have contracts with SPS. Is that correct?
I believe that they have a 10-year contract. Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall if there's a provision in the contract that says that it can be voided if the commission, being the New Mexico PRC, agrees to terminate the program? Is there a provision that would address this type of circumstance?
I do not know that, all the provisions that are in that contract. And I think that's what we're determining internally is how we're going to make sure that these customers are taken care of appropriately.
Okay. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, was the contract that was that you're referring to between these customers, was that actually something that was included as part of the TEP, your last TEP?
Yes, correct.
So if I go back and look at that case, then I could find a copy of that contract.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. The actual contract, I'm sorry. No, the actual contracts were not included in the TEP. Were not filed in the proceeding. They were developed after once the actual program was approved.
Do you consider any term or condition in the contract to be confidential or proprietary to SPS?
I do not know. I have not reviewed those contracts myself, so I do not know.
Ms. Hardy, consider my next bench request. Bench request 4. We're going to see, it doesn't have to be those contracts. It can be one with not the names or in them. Okay. So the SPS. Tell me the initials, Mr. Murphy, for the program.
EVAAH.
Thank you. SPS EVAAH 10-year contract. Okay. What was I just looking at? Well, I can't find it quickly, so I guess I'll have to look at it later. Let me try one thing. Okay, didn't find it. I was just looking through your notice, and I can't find that we reference the EVAAH in your notice. So that's potentially problematic. Unless, as you indicate, you have given other documentation, but it doesn't appear to me that termination of the EVAH was listed in the notice. Okay. Mr. Murphy, that's all the questions that we have for you. Thank you much, sir. And subject to recall for the questions on bench request 3, you're excused, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, we've reached our 5 o'clock time frame. I think we've gotten a lot of information today. And as was discussed earlier, due to the potential, based on the amount of cross-examination time that has been reserved and the questions that have been referred to Ms. Joel, I do not believe that we can accommodate her testimony prior to her unavailability at 10. Therefore, I believe that we will be able to accomplish at least the other 3 SPS witnesses before she's available. If that looks about right to me for the time frame. So unless there's an objection, we're gonna wait until we've done witness Naomi, Trowbridge, and Lee, and then we'll have Ms. Joel tomorrow morning beginning at 9 o'clock. Please appear at least 5 of to report any procedural or timing issues that we need to discuss. And if there's no questions, thank you very much. And we are recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Madam Examiner.
Room, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. We only have 2 other SPS witnesses. Mr. Lee is an OPL witness. So.
Oh, he is the OPL witness. I was trying to help you out there, Mr. McMillan. I was going to have SPS pay for that witness, but oh well. Not really.
They're welcome to adopt his testimony, Your Honor.
Yeah, no, my mistake. Well, so then we actually might go ahead and with OPL witness Lee, subject to how speedily we go in the morning. And yeah, I think, I mean, basically just if people are having, concerns, after we get through, except for witness Porter, right now that's only 35 minutes. Witness Lane is 45 minutes. Only 25 minutes. No, sorry, I forgot to include staff. But basically, we're looking at an hour, less than a half hour or so for at least 4 or 5 of the other witnesses. So I think there's still a potential that we might finish, but it looks like we may go probably until luncheon, depending on what commissioners questions and what questions that Mr. Krienkamp and I have. So with that, if we have nothing further procedurally, I hope you have a good evening, and we're recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Madam Examiner.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I can be very quick. We do actually have in our notice the termination of the EVAH program. It's in paragraph 10 of our notice.
Wonder why that didn't come up with a Control F.
We didn't use the acronym in the actual paragraph. That's probably why. It says EV Accelerate at Home.
Okay. Okay. It's in a different notebook. I will look at that, but I will make myself a note. 10. Okay. Appreciate that, Ms. Hardy. Okay. Anything further? All right. Very well. thank you all. We're recessed, really. Third time's the charm.
Thank you.
And please log in at 8:55 tomorrow. Good night.
Good night.